I can't zoom out with this damn thing.
Okay.
probably easier. Here? Okay. Cool. I'll look around. So after the entrance, you do it after? Well, okay. I'm right over there still.
moment of silence. The moment of silence we just shared marks the very moment 20 years ago that American Airlines Flight 11 flew into the North Tower of the World Trade Center. My name is Mike Lowe, and my daughter Sarah Elizabeth Lowe was a flight attendant on that plane. These 20 years have felt like both a long time and a short time, and as we recite the names of those we lost, my memory goes back to that terrible day when it felt like an evil specter had descended on our world. But it was also a time when many people acted above and beyond the ordinary. Beginning with the actions of the flight crews, like Sarah, and the passengers on the 4 flights, the individuals in the towers, the professionals of the fire and police, and later the volunteers who helped work on the pile sensitive to recovering our loved ones' remains. They helped pull us through the darkest days of our lives. In the last 20 years, my family and I have at times known unbearable sorrow and disbelief about the lives that would never be. Years we have filled with speaking out on my daughter's behalf and calling on many more precautions, and also for the history to be remembered not as numbers and a date, but the faces of ordinary people who looked a lot like Sarah. At the first memorial ceremony, my wife Bobby and I stood here with thousands of family members, right in the midst of a gray and black world of destroyed buildings. Today, this is a quiet place of memory. The gleaming 9/11 Museum holds a sacred repository for our loved ones' remains, and the still brightening stories of all the sons and daughters, the siblings, husbands and wives, grandparents, and friends. As we carry these 20 years forward, I find sustenance in a continuing appreciation for all of those who rose to be more than ordinary people, and a father's pride in his daughter's selfless acts in the last moments of her life, acting with heroic calm to help those in the air and those on the ground, a legacy from Sarah that burns like an eternal flame.
Gordon M. Amos Jr.,
Edelmiro Abad,
Marie Rose Abad,
Andrew Anthony Abate,
Vincent Paul Abate,
Lawrence Christopher Abel,
Alana Abraham,
William F. Abrahamson,
Richard Anthony Aceto,
Heinrich Bernard Ackerman,
Paul Aquaviva,
Christian Adams,
Donald Leroy Adams,
Patrick Adams,
Shannon Lewis Adams,
Stephen George Adams,
Ignatius Udo Adanga,
Christy A. Adamo,
Terrence Edward Adderley Jr.,
Sophia B. Otto,
Lee Adler,
Daniel Thomas Aflito,
Emmanuel Akwazi Afwakwa,
Alok Agarwal,
Mukul Kumar Agarwala,
Joseph Agnello,
David Scott Agnes,
João Alberto da Fonseca Aguiar Jr.,
Brian G. Ahern,
Jeremiah Joseph Ahern,
Joanne Marie Aladiotis,
Sabir Ahmed,
Terrence Andre Aiken,
Godwin O. Ajala,
Trudy M. Alagero,
Andrew Alameno,
Margaret Ann Alario,
Gary M. Albero,
John Leslie Albert,
Peter Craig Alderman,
and my brother, Vladimir Savinkin. Vladik, we all love and miss you so much. Thank you for answering our prayers and showing us that you're always with us. I look at your nephew's face, and I see you in his face sometimes, and I cherish those moments. 20 years have gone by, and so much has changed in our lives, but the memory of you and keeping you close to us and cherishing the gift of your life never changes and never will. Мы тебя очень любим, Владик, и мы тебя помним. Передай папе привет.
and my father, Edward Joseph Papa. Dad, we miss you every day. Our greatest gifts are your beautiful grandchildren. They embody your kind spirit, warm heart, loving nature, and zest for life. They are a daily reminder that your legacy lives on. We love you, Dad.
Jacqueline Delaney Alderidge Frederick,
David D. Alger,
Ernest Alakakos,
Edward L. Allegretto,
Eric Allen,
Joseph Ryan Allen,
Richard Dennis Allen,
Richard L. Allen,
Christopher E. Allingham,
Anna S. W. Allison,
Janet Marie Alonso,
Anthony Alvarado,
Antonio Javier Alvarez,
Victoria Alvarez Brito,
Telmo E. Alvier,
Caesar Amaranto Alviar,
Tariq Amanula,
Angelo Amaranto,
James M. Amato,
Joseph Amatuccio,
Paul W. Ambrose,
Christopher Charles Amoroso,
Craig Scott Amundsen,
Kazuhiro Anai,
Callisto Anaya Jr.,
Joseph P. Anshundia,
Kermit Charles Anderson,
Yvette Constance Anderson,
John Jack Andriakio,
Michael Rourke Andrews,
Jean Ann Andrucki,
C. Nia Ang,
Joseph Angelini Sr.,
Joseph John Angelini Jr.,
David Lawrence Angel,
Mary Lynn Edwards Angel,
Laura Angeletta,
Doreen J. Angersani,
Lorraine Antigua,
Sima David Aoima,
Ronald Philip Caloper, and my husband, Joseph Rena Jr.
and my uncle James Francis Quinn.
Joe, we love and miss you more than you could ever imagine. Our son is the spitting image of you. He lights up my world every day. I see you in everything that he does, and I know that you see us because I feel you. Continue to watch over us and your family. 20 years feels like an eternity, but yet it still feels like yesterday. Until we meet again, my love, rest in peace.
Peter Paul Apollo,
Faustino Apostle Jr.,
Frank Thomas Aquilino,
Patrick Michael Alyanras,
David Gregory Arche,
Michael George Achinsky,
Louis Arena,
Barbara Jean Aristoghi,
Adam P. Arias,
Michael Armstrong,
Jack Charles Aaron,
Joshua Ton Aaron,
Richard Avery Aaron now,
Myra Joy Harrison.
Japhet Jesse Aria.
Carl Francis Azaro.
Michael A. Asiak.
Mike Thomas J. Ashton.
Janice Marie Ashley.
Greg A. Atlas.
Manuel O. Asinimbe.
James Otterfield.
Gerald Thomas Atwood.
Ezra Avales.
Louis F. Aversano Jr.
Arlene T. Bacatadas.
Sandy Ayala.
John Bagagliano.
Eustace Bacchus. Jane Ellen Basler.
Robert J. Bellwater.
Andrew J. Bailey.
Britt T. Bailey.
Garnet Ace Bailey.
Tatiana Balalinsky.
Michael S. Baksh.
Sharon M. Balcom.
Michael Andrew Bain.
Catherine Bantis.
And my uncle, firefighter Christopher Michael Mazzillo. I know you're with us every day watching over us, and even though I never met you in person, I still miss you a lot. Mom always tells me all the crazy fun things you did, and I'm sure if you were here, I'd probably be doing them with you. Thank you for being the best guardian angel and for sending us Killian. We know he can see you. Mom also says I have your lovable charm and fearlessness. Not only do I have your charm, but I am honored to have your name as my middle name. You, Pop-Up, and Dad have inspired me to follow in your footsteps and become a firefighter too. We hope you will continue to watch over us, and keep us healthy and safe. We love you so much, Uncle Chris.
And my sister, Cecilia Elizabeth Richard Lawson. Dear Cece, it's been 20 years since you left us. I remember this day as if it was yesterday. You are greatly missed by our mother, your sisters, your nieces, your nephews. It was such a sad day on September 11th. I remember you working at the Pentagon, and when they told us an airplane had attacked the Pentagon, I couldn't believe it. From the building of where I worked at EPA, I could see the smoke. And I couldn't believe that you're gone. I just want to say I love you, and we miss you. Thank you so much.
Gerard Baptiste.
Walter Baran.
Gerard A. Barbera.
Paul Vincent Barbero.
James William Barbella.
Victor Daniel Barbosa.
Christine Jana Barbuto.
Colleen Ann Barkow.
David Michael Barkway.
Matthew Barnes.
Melissa Rose Barnes.
Sheila Patricia Barnes.
Evan J. Barron.
Renee Barrett Arjun.
Arthur Thaddeus Barry.
Diane G. Barry.
Maurice Vincent Barry.
Scott D. Bart.
Carlton W. Bartels.
Guy Bartzy.
Ina B. Basina.
Alicia Christine Burton Basmajan.
Kenneth William Basnicki.
Stephen Joseph Bates.
Paul James Battaglia.
W. David Bauer.
Ivan Luis Carpio Bautista.
Marlon Capito Bautista.
Mark Lawrence Bavis.
Jasper Baxter.
Lorraine G. Bay.
Michelle Beal.
Todd M. Beamer.
Paul Frederick Bettini.
Jane S. Beatty.
Alan Anthony Bevan.
Lawrence Ira Beck.
Manette Marie Beckles.
Carl John Bedigian.
Michael Ernest Beekman.
And my uncle Thomas F. Swift. We love you and we miss you. You live on in our hearts and the hearts and minds of your family, and we think about you every day, and I can't wait to meet you again.
And my brother TJ Hargrave, who we continue to miss and love every day. The world is a lesser place without him.
Noah A. Bear,
Max J. Bilkey,
Yelena Belilovsky,
Nina Patrice Bell,
Debbie S. Bellows,
Stephen Elliott Belson,
Paul M. Benedetti,
Denise Lenore Benedetto,
Brian Craig Bennett,
Eric L. Bennett,
Oliver Bennett,
Margaret L. Benson,
Dominic J. Berardi,
James Patrick Berger,
Stephen Howard Berger,
John P. Bergen,
Alvin Bergson,
Daniel David Bergstein,
Graham Andrew Berkeley,
Michael J. Berkeley,
Donna M. Bernartz,
David W. Bernard,
May God bless our fallen brothers and sisters, their families, their friends, and their loved ones. He says, I'll see you in my dreams. The road is long and seeming without end. Days go on, but I'll remember you, my friend. And though you're gone, and my heart's been emptied, it seems, I'll see you in my dreams. I got your guitar by my bed, all your favorite records and all the books that you read. And though my soul feels like it's been split at the seams, I'll see you in my dreams. I'll see you in my dreams, when all our summers have come to an end. I'll see you in my dreams. We'll meet and live and laugh again. I'll see you in my dreams. Yeah, up around the river bend, for death is not the end. 'Cause I'll see you in my dreams. I'll see you in my dreams, when all our summers have come to an end. I'll see you in my dreams. We'll meet and live and love again. I'll see you in my dreams. Yeah, up around the river bend, for death is not the end. And I'll see you in my dreams. You in my, I'll see you in my dreams.
William H. Bernstein.
David M. Beret.
David Shelby Berry.
Joseph John Berry.
William Reed Bethke.
Yanene Betrue.
Timothy D. Betterly.
Carolyn Mayer Bug.
Edward Frank B.A.
Paul Michael Bear.
Anil Tahilram Bharvani.
Bella J. Buchan.
Shimmy D. Beagleisen.
Peter Alexander Bielfeld.
William G. Biggert.
Brian Eugene Bilcher.
Mark Bingham.
Carl Vincent Beanie.
And my uncle, firefighter Joseph Patrick Henry from Ladder Company 21. I wish I had the chance to meet you, Uncle Joey. I heard you were a great person.
And my husband, Thomas Michael Kelly. We love you and we miss you.
Gary Eugene Bird.
Joshua David Birnbaum.
George John Bishop.
Chris Romeo Bishuntat.
Jeffrey Donald Bittner.
Albert Baliwa Blackman Jr.
Christopher Joseph Blackwell.
Carrie Rosetta Blackburn.
Susan Leigh Blair.
Harry Blanding Jr.
Janice Lee Blaney.
Craig Michael Blass.
Rita Blau.
Richard Middleton Blood Jr.
Michael Andrew Bacardi.
John Paul Bacci.
Michael L. Bocchino.
Susan N. Bocchino.
Dara Francis Bodley.
Bruce Douglas Bohm.
Mary Catherine Murphy Bofa.
Nicholas Andrew Bogdan.
Darren Christopher Bohan.
Lawrence Francis Bousseau.
Vincent M. Boland Jr.
Tori Hamzavi Balorchi.
Alan Bondarenko.
Andre Bonhair Jr.
Colin Arthur Bonnet.
Frank J. Bonomo.
Yvonne Lucia Bonamo.
Sean Booker Sr.
Kelly Ann Booms.
Canfield D. Boone.
Mary Jane Booth.
Sherry Ann Bordeaux.
Christine Bornanabe.
Jerry J. Borg.
Martin Michael Borchevsky.
Richard Edward Bosco.
And my father, Thomas J. Fisher. We love you and miss you.
And my brother and friend, James Marcel Cartier. In remembrance, American Brotherhood MC remembers Lester V. Marino, Kenneth T. Watson, Tommy Ashton, and all the other lives taken away too early.
Klaus Bota.
Carol Marie Bouchard.
J. Howard Bolton.
Francisco Eligio Bordier.
Thomas Harold Bowden Jr.,
Donna M. Bowen,
Kimberly S. Bowers,
Veronique Nicole Bowers,
Larry Bowman,
Sean Edward Bauman, Jr.,
Kevin L. Bowser,
Gary R. Box,
Gennady Boyarsky,
Pamela Boyce,
Alan P. Boyle,
Michael Boyle,
Alfred J. Braca,
Sandra Canati Grace,
Kevin Hugh Bracken,
Sandy Waugh Bradshaw,
David Brian Brady,
Alexander Brudzinski,
Nicholas W. Brandonard,
Daniel Raymond Grandhorse,
David Reed Gamboa Bradhorst,
Michelle Renee Bratton,
Patrice Brout,
Lydia Estelle Bravo,
Ronald Michael Breitweiser,
Edward A. Brennan III,
Frank H. Brennan,
Michael E. Brennan,
Peter Brennan,
Thomas Moore Brennan,
Daniel J. Russell,
Gary Lee Wright,
Jonathan Eric Riley,
Mark A. Grisman,
Paul Gary Bristow,
Marion R. Britton,
and my grandfather Cesar Amaranto Alvear. We love you so much. Thank you for watching over us. We miss you. And please convince Mommy to get us a husky someday. Love you.
and my father, Jason Matthew Coffey, and my grandfather, Daniel Michael Coffey. Even though I never got the chance to meet either of you, I know there are two angels in heaven watching over me and our family. We all love you so much.
Mark Francis Broderick,
Herman Charles Broghammer,
Keith A. Broomfield,
Bernard C. Brown II,
Janice J. Louise Brown,
Lloyd Stanford Brown,
Patrick John Brown,
Patina B. Brown Rayburn,
Mark Bruce,
Richard George Bruhert,
Andrew Brunn,
Vincent Edward Brunton,
Ronald Booka,
Brandon J. Buchanan,
Greg J. Buck,
Dennis Buckley,
Nancy Claire Boishet,
Patrick Joseph Booths,
John Edward Bulaga Jr.,
Stephen Bruce Boonen,
Christopher L. Burford,
Matthew J. Burke,
Thomas Daniel Burke,
William Francis Burke, Jr.,
Charles F. Burlingame III,
Thomas E. Burnett, Jr.,
Donald J. Burns,
Kathleen Ann Burns,
Keith James Burns,
John Patrick Burnside,
Irina Buslow,
Milton G. Bustillo,
Thomas M. Butler,
Patrick Dennis Byrne,
Timothy G. Byrne,
Daniel M. Caballero,
Jesus Neptali Cabezas,
Lillian Caceres,
Brian Joseph Cachia,
Stephen Dennis Cafiero, Jr.,
and my father, Michael Angel Trinidad.
and
We love you. We miss you. There's so many events that I wish you were a part of, like my wedding or Timmy making you a grandfather. We hope that you're proud of us, and please look after me and the rest of the family.
and my father, Philip David Miller. We love and miss you. You'll always be in our hearts. I wish you were here to see your 3 beautiful grandchildren grow up. But in my heart, I know that you're watching over us.
Richard Michael Caggiano,
Cecile Maria Cagico,
John Brett Cahill,
Michael John Cahill,
George C. Kane,
Thomas Joseph Cahill,
Joseph M. Calandrillo,
Salvatore B. Calabro,
Edward Calderon,
Philip V. Calcano,
Kenneth Marcus Caldwell,
Jose O. Caldron Olmedo,
Felix Bobby Caliste,
Dominic E. Calia,
Liam Callahan,
Francis Joseph Callahan,
Gino Luigi Calvi,
Suzanne M. Cali,
Michael F. Camarata,
Rocco Camaj,
Jeffrey Thomas Campbell,
David Odie Campbell,
Sandra Patricia Campbell,
Robert Arthur Campbell,
John A. Candela,
Sheen Thomas Canavan,
Stephen J. Cangelosi,
Vincent A. Cangelosi,
Brian Canizaro,
Lisa Bella Canava,
Louis Anthony Caparici,
Michael R. Canty,
James Christopher Cappers,
Jonathan Neff Capello,
Jose Manuel Cardona,
Richard Michael Caproni,
Edward Carlino,
Dennis M. Carey Sr.,
and my big brother. We love we love and miss you every day. You will never be forgotten. Robert David Peraza.
and my uncle Gary Shamai. I love you and wish you were here. My siblings and I will be a beacon of your memory for many years to come.
David G. Carlone.
Rosemary C. Carlson.
Mark Stephen Carney.
Joyce Ann Carpenetto.
Jeremy Kaz Carrington.
Michael T. Carroll.
Peter J. Carroll.
James Joseph Carson, Jr.
Christopher Mikhail Karstingen.
Angeline C. Carter.
James Marcel Cartier.
Sharon Ann Carver.
Vivian Kasoldik.
John Francis Casaza.
Paul Regan Cassio.
Neely Ann Heffernan Casey.
William Joseph Cashman.
Thomas Anthony Casoria.
William Otto Casper.
Alejandro Castaño.
Arcelia Castillo.
Leonard M. Castriano.
Jose Ramon Castro.
William E. Caswell.
Richard G. Cattarelli.
Christopher Sean Caton.
Robert John Caulfield.
Mary Teresa Caulfield.
Judson Cavalier.
Michael Joseph Colley.
Jason David Kane.
Juan Armando Ceballos.
Marcia G. Cecil Carter.
Jason Michael Cefalu.
Thomas Joseph Selleck.
Anna Mercedes Centeno.
Joni Sesta.
John J. Chada.
Jeffrey Mark Chernoff.
Swarna Chalasani.
And my uncle Robert G. McElvain. Although I wasn't lucky enough to have met you, your spirit lives on in myself, my brother and sisters, and all of those who loved you. I am honored to carry your name, and I am living proof that life loves on.
And my father, Daniel R. Nolan.
William A. Chalkoff.
Eli Challow.
Charles Lawrence Chan.
Mandy Chang.
Rosa Maria Chapa.
Mark Lawrence Charette.
David M. Charlebois.
Gregorio Manuel Chavez,
Pedro Francisco Checo,
Douglas Macmillan Cherry,
Stephen Patrick Cherry,
Vernon Paul Cherry,
Nestor Julio Chevalier Jr.,
Swede Joseph Chevalier,
Alexander H. Chiang,
Dorothy J. Chicharo,
Luis Alfonso Chimbo,
Robert Chin,
Eddie Wingwei Ching,
Nicholas Paul Chiofalo,
John G. Tripura,
Peter A. Churchirillo,
Catherine Ellen Chirls,
Kayung Hee Casey Cho,
Abdul K. Chowdhury,
Mohammed Salahuddin Chowdhury,
Kirsten Lael Christophe,
Pamela Chu,
Stephen Paul Chutnick,
Wei Ching Chung,
Christopher Ciaffredini,
Alex F. Saccone,
Francis Ann Salenti,
Elaine Silo,
Edna Cintron,
Nestor Andre Cintron III,
Robert D. Siri Sr.,
Juan Pablo Cisneros,
Benjamin Keith Clark,
Eugene Clark,
and my husband, Dennis Michael Edwards. As I stand here today, the only thing I can say for certain is that despite the tremendous pain and heartache of losing you, time did not stand still for 1 second over the past 20 years. The best part of those 20 years was having our daughter, Alexa, by my side. Our then 2-year-old baby is now a grown woman and graduate of UNC Chapel Hill. Alexa is your legacy here on earth. She embodies all the good in you. Her green eyes, dimpled chin, kind heart, love of music, passion for people, willingness to help others, and enthusiastic love for life remind me of you each and every day. She even tilts her head and scratches the head the way you do, and she never even saw you do it. You missed every single milestone in her life over the past 2 decades, but we continue to move forward with only love in our hearts. Our family and friends continue to keep your memory alive, and with endless stories and reemergence of old pictures. You always carried the good torch, shining brightly wherever you went, and Alexa will carry it for you too. Thank you for the greatest gift I've ever received from anyone. For as long as we live, people will know your name and honor your memory. We love you, Den, and we love you, Alexa Marie.
and my uncle, firefighter Peter Alexander Bielfeld. We love you and we miss you, Uncle Peter. Thank you for being my godfather, and thank you for protecting this country.
Gregory Allen Clark,
Manny Leroy Clark,
Sarah M. Clark,
Thomas R. Clark,
Christopher Robert Clark,
Donna Marie Clark,
Michael J. Clark,
Saria Rachel Emma Clark,
Kevin Francis Cleary,
James D. Clear,
Jeffrey W. Cloud,
Susan Marie Klein,
Stephen Coakley,
Jeffrey Allen Cole,
Patricia A. Cody,
Daniel Michael Coffey,
Jason Matthew Coffey,
Florence G. Cohen,
Kevin S. Cohen,
Anthony Joseph Coladonato,
Mark Joseph Caleo,
Stephen J. Caleo,
Christopher Michael Colasanti,
Kevin Nathaniel Colbert,
Michelle P. Colbert,
Keith E. Coleman,
Scott Thomas Coleman,
Robert D. Colon,
Liam Joseph Calhoun,
Robert D. Jean Marie Collin,
Robert J. Call,
Joseph Kent Collison,
John Michael Collins,
Patricia Malia Kolodner,
Thomas Joseph Collins,
Sol E. Cohen,
Jeffrey Dwayne Coleman.
I'm done.
And my uncle, Brian Christopher Novotny, whose tie I am wearing today proudly.
And my aunts, Maria Teresa Concepcion Santillan and Judy Santillan Fernandez. Tita Maritas, from the pictures and stories I've heard and seen, I know how beautiful you were. After 20 years, you are now reunited with Lola and Lolo, who passed away last year. Please be our guardian angel. We will never forget, and we will always remember you. God bless America.
Ronald Edward Comer.
Jamie Concepcion.
Albert Conte.
Denise Connolly.
Susan P. Conlon.
Margaret Mary Connor.
Cynthia Marie Lice Connolly.
John E. Connolly, Jr.
James Lee Connor.
Jonathan M. Connors.
Kevin Patrick Connors.
Kevin F. Conroy.
Brenda E. Conway.
Dennis Michael Cook.
Helen D. Cook.
Jeffrey W. Coombs.
John A. Cooper.
Julian T. Cooper.
Joseph John Copo, Jr.
Gerard J. Coppola.
Joseph Albert Corpet.
John J. Corcoran III.
Alejandro Cordero.
Robert Joseph Cordis.
Ruben D. Correa.
Danny A. Correa Gutierrez.
Georgian Rose Corrigan.
James J. Corrigan.
Carlos Cortez Rodriguez.
Kevin Michael Cosgrove.
Dolores Marie Costa.
Digna Alexandra Costanza.
Charles Gregory Costello, Jr.
Michael S. Costello.
Asia S. Cottom.
Conrad Kofi Couture, Sr.
Martin John Coughlin.
John G. Coughlin.
Timothy J. Coughlin.
James E. Cove.
And my aunt, Anna Mercedes Centeno. We miss you, we love you, and you've been an inspiration to our lives, especially in my life. And I see more Grandma, your face and Grandma's face, especially throughout the years. Your smile will always stay in us, and you will forever live in us. We miss you and love you.
And my sister-in-law, Colleen Ann DeLockery. Can't believe it's been 20 years. Your children, Amanda and Michael, are living your legacy. They are walking in your footsteps and making a difference in this world. Your amazing husband, Jay, has been with them every step of the way these past 20 years. And we talk about you all the time in our all events when we're all together as family. We remember you all the time, and we love and miss you. Thank you for watching over us.
Andre Colin Cox.
Frederick John Cox.
James Raymond Coyle.
Michelle Coyle Yulo.
Christopher Seaton Kramer.
Eric A. Cranford.
Denise Elizabeth Krant.
James Leslie Crawford Jr.
Robert James Crawford.
Tara Kathleen Creamer.
Joanne Mary Cregan.
Lucia Crefasi.
John A. Creasy.
Daniel Hal Chrisman.
Dennis A. Cross.
Kevin R. Carodi.
Thomas G. Crotty.
John R. Crow.
Wells Remy Crowther.
Robert L. Crookshank.
John Robert Cruz.
Grace Allegre Cua.
Kenneth John Cubas.
Francisco Cruz Cubero.
Thelma Cuccinello.
Richard Joseph Kudina.
Neil James Cudmore.
Thomas Patrick Cullen III.
Joan Cullinan.
Joyce Rose Cummings.
Brian Thomas Cummins.
Michael Joseph Cunningham.
Robert Curatolo.
Lawrence Damian Curia.
Paul Dario Curioli.
Patrick Joseph Curryvan.
Beverly L. Curry.
Andrew Peter Charles Curry Green.
Michael Sean Curtin.
Patricia Cushning.
And my mother, Barbara Keating, a passenger on American Airlines Flight 11. She devoted much of her life to serving marginalized communities, such as those with physical and intellectual disabilities. She was the director of a Big Brother, Big Sister chapter in Massachusetts. And after surviving cancer twice, she spent her golden years driving cancer patients to their medical appointments and volunteered daily in her church in Palm Springs. Mom, the world was a better place with you in it, and you're still missed after 20 years by your children and your grandchildren, of whom you'd be very proud.
And my father, Robert D.W. Higley II. Dad, it has been 20 years since you've been gone, and there's nothing I can say more than I miss goofing off with you. I miss your jokes, and nothing more makes me smile than the light I see in the smile of my daughter, who reminds me so much of you. We love and miss you, and I still wish you could be here to see how amazing and proud we're making you to be.
Gavin Cushney.
Caleb Aaron Dack.
Carlos S. DaCosta.
Jason M. Dahl.
Brian Paul Dale.
John Dallara.
Vincent Gerard DiMatteo.
Thomas A. Damaskinos.
Jack L. D'Ambrosi Jr.
Janine Damiani Jones.
Manuel Joa Damota.
Patrick W. Danahy.
Mary D'Antoni.
Vincent G. Dans.
Dwight Donald Darcy.
Elizabeth Ann Darling.
Annette Andrea Dadaram.
Edward A. Diatri.
Michael D. Doria.
Lawrence Davidson.
Michael Allen Davidson.
Scott Matthew Davidson.
Titus Davidson.
Nirka Davila.
Ada M. Davis.
Clinton Davis Sr.
Wayne Terrill Davis.
Anthony Richard Dawson.
Calvin Dawson.
Edward James Day.
William Thomas Dean.
Robert J. DeAngelis Jr.
Thomas Patrick DeAngelis.
Dorothy Alma de Araujo.
Ana Gloria Pocasangre de Barrera.
Tara E. Debeck.
James D. Debonier.
Anna M. Debin.
James V. de Blase Jr.
Jesarel Malabuyak de Chavez.
And my little brother, Walter A. Batuza Jr. We love you and miss you every day, Walter. Mom and Sal are still dancing in the kitchen. Last night, in fact, 94 and 92. You would be so proud of your boys. Walter, Jesse, and Nico. Denise has become Superwoman. What she did for these boys and herself, she's going to college now, Walt. Your boys would make you so proud. They each have a bit of your personality, and you'll never be missed. Love you, bro.
And my father, Daniel J. Brethel, captain of Ladder 24, FDNY. We love and miss you every day.
My name is Anthula Katsimatidis. My brother John worked on the 104th floor of Tower 1. When I look back on these last 20 years, I find myself thinking about September 12th and everything that happened after that, when thousands of us became members of a club that we never signed up for, with no idea of what to do next, except to cry, right? But then something unexpected happened. An unlimited amount of kindness kept pouring in to each of us, from friends and strangers. The whole country seemed to put its arm around us. And that lent me just enough strength to get up the next day, and the day after that, and the day after that. And I realized that all this kindness and giving reminded me of my brother, my larger-than-life, live out loud big brother who loved to make people laugh, and he was always there whenever something was needed. I loved and admired those things about him, and I began to emulate them. And it made me feel like I was picking up a baton that he had left for me. I started working with the 9/11 families, helping them navigate the emotional process of thinking about the memorial and connecting their concerns with the staff and designers and officials. John used to say, "Thula, you gotta have fun. You gotta be daring with your life." And with that, I discovered a zest for acting. It was a new direction for me, a way to express creatively all that I felt inside, a way for me to share stories. Everything I was doing gave me the feeling that my brother Johnny was with me. You got this, kid. It takes a really long time to figure out who you are and who you were meant to be. And all of us had to find new ways to get there. But if I had given up, oh boy, my brother would have been so mad at me. His loss helped shape me into who I am today. And I know it's made me a better person. I came here, yes, with tears, but also a really happy heart to say that over the last 20 years, I have learned to live out loud just the way my brother taught me.
When you walk
Gerald F. DeConto,
Simon Marash DeVukash,
Jason Christopher DeFazio,
David A. DeFio,
Jennifer DeJesus,
Monique Effie DeJesus,
Narita DeJesus,
Emmy De La Pina,
Donald Arthur Della Pena,
Azucena Maria De La Torre,
Vito Joseph DeLeo,
Danielle Ann Deli,
Andrea Della Bella,
Joseph A. Della Pietra,
Palmina Delegati,
Colleen Ann Dollery,
Joseph DeLuca,
Manuel Del Valle Jr.,
Francis Albert DiMartini,
Anthony Demos,
Martin DeMeo,
Francis Deming,
Carol Keys Demitz,
Kevin Dennis,
Thomas Francis Dennis Sr.,
Jean C. De Palma,
Jose Nicholas De Pena,
Robert John DeRaney,
Michael DiRienzo,
David Paul DeRubio,
Jamal Legues DeSantis,
Christian Louis DeSimone,
Edward DeSimone III,
Andrew J. Desperito,
Michael Jude D'Esposito,
Cindy Ann Duell,
Melanie Louise DeVere,
Jerry DeVito,
Robert P. DeVitt Jr.,
and my brother, Peter Burton Hansen, my sister-in-law, Sue Kim Hansen, and my niece, Christine Lee Hansen. We miss you. We love you more than you'll ever know, and thank you for being our guardian angels.
and my uncle, FDNY Battalion Chief Oreo Joseph Palmer. 20 years and we don't miss you any less. You and Aunt Debbie are our angels. You were truly too good for this world, and we're lucky to have known you.
Dennis Lawrence Devlin,
Gerard P. Dewan,
Sula Manali Kasamali Danani,
Michael Louis D'Agostino,
Matthew Diaz,
Nancy Diaz,
Obdulio Ruiz Diaz,
Michael A. Diaz Piedra III,
Judith Burkus Diaz Sierra,
Patricia Florence DiChiaro,
Rodney Dickens,
Jerry D. Dickerson,
Joseph Dermot Dickey Jr.,
Lawrence Patrick Dickinson,
Michael D. Deal,
John DeFato,
Vincent Francis DeFazio,
Carl Anthony DeFranco,
Donald Joseph DeFranco,
John DiGiovanni,
Eddie A. Dillard,
Deborah Ann DiMartino,
David DeMiglio,
Stephen Patrick Domino,
William John Dimling,
Marissa DiNardo Short,
Christopher Moore Dincuff,
Jeffrey Mark Dingle,
Raina Sam Deneau,
Anthony Dionisio,
George DePasquale,
Joseph D. Pilato,
Douglas Frank DiStefano,
Donald Americo Di Tullio,
Ramsey A. Dewani,
Johnny Doctor Jr.,
John Joseph Doherty,
Melissa Candida Doy,
Brendan Dolan,
Robert E. Dolan Jr.,
and my father, Alfred Todd Ranke. 20 years ago today, God called you home, Dad, and our lives have changed from day to day since then, but the love and memory of you shall never pass away. There is not enough time to explain the incredible man you were. You inspire me to be the parent that I am to Trey. And I thank God for the years that I had with you. Dad, may your heart continue to beat through those that are still here. And may all the good that you have done be your legacy that continues to live on. God bless you all, and God bless America.
And my sister, my beloved sister Diane Gladstone. Your extended family misses you and loves you every day. Your nieces miss you. Your great nephews and great niece miss you and will love you forever.
Ready? Neil Matthew Dollard.
James Domanico.
Belinda Pascua Domingo.
Alberto Dominguez.
Carlos Dominguez.
Jerome Mark Patrick Dominguez.
Kevin W. Donnelly.
Jacqueline Donovan.
William H. Donovan.
Stephen Scott Dorff.
Thomas Dowd.
Kevin Christopher Dowdell.
Mary Yolanda Dowling.
Raymond Matthew Downey Sr.
Frank Joseph Doyle.
Joseph Michael Doyle.
Randall Drake.
Patrick Joseph Driscoll.
Stephen Patrick Driscoll.
Charles A. Dross III.
Myrna A. Duarte.
Luke A. Dudek.
Christopher Michael Duffy.
Gerard J. Duffy.
Michael Joseph Duffy.
Thomas W. Duffy.
Antoinette Duger.
Jackie Sayed Dugan.
Safri Ducat.
Patrick Dunn.
Lydia Gail Dunn Jones.
Christopher Joseph Dunn.
Richard Anthony Dunstan.
Patrick Thomas Dwyer.
Joseph Anthony Ecobachi.
John Bruce Eagleson.
Edward T. Earhart.
Robert Douglas Eaton.
Dean Philip Eberling.
Margaret Ruth Echterman.
And my brother, Ronald Philip Klepfer, Police Officer, Emergency Service, Truck 7. Miss you, love you.
And my uncle, Martín Morales Empoltecatl. Tío, aún te extrañamos. En la familia aún contamos tus historias y nos gusta recordarte como el gran ser humano que fuiste. Y aunque han pasado 20 años desde que no estás con nosotros, sabemos que no te perdimos. Ganamos un ángel.
Paul Robert Ekna.
Constantine Economos.
Barbara G. Edwards.
Dennis Michael Edwards.
Michael Hardy Edwards.
Christine Egan.
Lisa Aaron Egan.
Martin J. Egan Jr.
Michael Egan.
Samantha Martin Egan.
Carol Egger.
Lisa Karen Ehrlich.
John Ernst Eichler.
Eric Adam Eisenberg.
Daphne Ferlinda Elder.
Michael J. Elferis.
Mark Joseph Ellis.
Valerie Silver Ellis.
Albert Alfie William Elmery.
Robert R. Elseth.
Edgar Hendricks Emery Jr.
Doris Sukyun Eng.
Christopher Epps.
Ulf Ram Erickson.
Erwin L. Erker.
William John Irwin.
Sarah Ali Escarcega.
Jose Espinal.
Fanny Espinoza.
Billy Scoop Esposito.
Bridget Ann Esposito.
Francis Esposito.
Michael A. Esposito.
Ruben Esquilin Jr.
Sadie Et.
Barbara G. Etzold.
Eric Brian Evans.
Robert Edward Evans.
Meredith Emily June Ewert.
Catherine K. Fagan.
And my uncle, Łukasz Tomasz Milewski, who I never met, but I miss very dearly. My mom always talks about how much of an amazing brother you were. We were so sad you had to go so soon and so young, but I'll love you forever and you'll never be forgotten.
And my uncle, Paul Edward Jeffers. 20 years later, we are still reminded of you and think of you every day. We love you and we miss you.
Patricia Mary Fagan.
Ivan Krillos Fairbanks Barbosa.
Keith George Fairbairn.
Sandra Fajardo Smith.
Charles S. Falkenberg.
Dana Falkenberg.
Zoe Falkenberg.
Jamie L. Fallon.
William F. Fallon.
William Lawrence Fallon Jr.
Anthony J. Fallone Jr.
Dolores Bridget Finelli.
Robert John Fangman.
John Joseph Fanning.
Kathleen Ann Farragher.
Thomas James Farino.
Nancy C. Dolaziski Farley.
Paige Marie Farley Hackle.
Elizabeth Ann Farmer.
Douglas John Farnham.
John Gerard Farrell.
John W. Farrell.
Terrence Patrick Farrell.
Joseph D. Farley.
Thomas Patrick Farley.
Saeed Abdul Fattah.
Christopher Edward Fawnin.
Wendy R. Faulkner.
Shannon Marie Fava.
Bernard D. Favuza.
Robert Fazio Jr.
Ronald Carl Fazio Sr.
William M. Feehan.
Francis Jude Feely.
Garth Aaron Feeney.
Sean Bernard Fegan.
Lee S. Failing.
Peter Adam Fiedelberg.
Alan D. Feinberg.
Rosa Marie Feliciano.
And my uncle Jimmy Riches, forever in our hearts. God bless America.
And my brother Jerome Mark Patrick Dominguez. No one could really take you away from us, and you've been with us every moment since. You'd be really proud of your nephew and niece, and we love you very much.
Edward P. Felt.
Edward Thomas Fergus Jr.
George J. Ferguson III.
J. Joseph Ferguson.
Henry Fernandez.
Judy Hazel Santillion Fernandez.
Julio Fernandez.
Elisa Giselle Farina.
Anne Marie Celerin Ferreira.
Robert John Ferris.
David Francis Ferrugio.
Louis V. Fersini Jr.
Michael David Ferrugio.
Bradley James Fetchett.
Jennifer Louise Fialco.
Kristen Nicole Fidel.
Amelia V. Fields.
Samuel Fields.
Alexander Milan Filipov.
Michael Bradley Finnegan.
Timothy J. Finnerty.
Michael C. Fiore.
Stephen J. Fiorelli.
Paul M. Fiore.
John B. Fiorito.
John R. Fisher.
Andrew Fisher.
Bennett Lawson Fisher.
Gerald P. Fisher.
John Roger Fisher.
Thomas J. Fisher.
Lucy A. Fishman.
Ryan D. Fitzgerald.
Thomas James Fitzpatrick.
Richard P. Fitzsimmons.
Salvatore Fume Fredo.
Darlene E. Flagg.
Wilson F. Flagg.
Christina Donovan Flannery.
Eileen Fletcher.
And my father-in-law, Lieutenant John A. Creasy, FDNY. Your family loves you and misses you very much. And thank you for sending your son to me. He's a wonderful husband, the best husband a girl could ask for, and I know he learned that from you. We miss you and we love you very much.
In loving memory of my brother, James Patrick Gladley, we miss you, Jim. We're so proud of your children, Elizabeth and James. Life has never been the same since you're gone. God bless America.
Andre G. Fletcher.
Carl M. Flickinger.
Matthew M. Floco.
John Joseph Florio.
Joseph Walkden Flounders.
Carol Ann Flyzik.
David Fodor.
Michael N. Fodor.
Stephen Mark Fogel.
Thomas J. Foley.
Jane C. Folger.
David J. Fontana.
Shi Min Fu.
Delrose E. Forbes Cheatham.
Godwin Ford.
Donald A. Foreman.
Christopher Hugh Forsyth.
Claudia Alicia Foster.
Noel John Foster.
Sandra N. Foster.
Anna Fosterus.
Robert Joseph Foti.
Jeffrey Fox.
Virginia Elizabeth Fox.
Pauline Francis.
Virgin Lucy Francis.
Gary J. Frank.
Morton H. Frank.
Peter Christopher Frank.
Colleen L. Fraser.
Richard K. Frazier.
Kevin J. Frawley.
Clyde Frazier Jr.
Lillian Inez Frederick.
Andrew Fredericks.
Tamitha Freeman.
Brett Owen Freeman.
Peter L. Freund.
Arlene Eva Fried.
Alan W. Friedlander.
And my uncle Jason Malabuyok de Chavez. We love you and we miss you. Thank you for being our guardian angel.
And my hero and my guardian angel, my uncle, Lieutenant Jeffrey P. Walls, FDNY, Ladder 9, Great Jones Street. Although I never got the privilege to meet you, so many people tell me that I remind them of you in so many ways, and I'm so honored to have your name as my middle name. We love and miss you dearly.
Andrew Keith Friedman.
Paul J. Friedman.
Greg J. Froner.
Lisa Ann Frost.
Peter Christian Fry.
Clement A. Fumando.
Stephen Elliott Furman.
Paul James Fermato.
Carlton Douglas Bay Fife.
Frederick Neil Gabler.
Richard Peter Gabriel.
Richard S. Gabriel.
James Andrew Gadiel.
Pamela Lee Gaff.
Irvin Vincent Galliard.
Deanna Lynn Galante.
Grace Catherine Galante.
Anthony Edward Gallagher.
Daniel James Gallagher.
John Patrick Gallagher.
Lords J. Galletti.
Kono E. Gallo.
Vincent Gallucci.
Thomas E. Galvin.
Giovanna Galetta Gambale.
Thomas Gambino Jr.
Gian F. Gamboa.
Ronald L. Gamboa.
Peter James Ganchi Jr.
Michael Gann.
Charles William Garbarini.
Andrew Sonny Garcia.
Caesar R. Garcia.
David Garcia.
Jorge Luis Moron Garcia.
Juan Garcia.
Marilyn Del Carmen Garcia.
Christopher Samuel Gardner.
Douglas Benjamin Gardner.
Harvey Joseph Gardner III.
And my cousin, victim of the 93 bombing, Johnny Boy DiGiovanni. We love you, We miss you very much. Hope to see you one day.
And my grandfather, Rick Knott, Jaggernaut. We love you and we miss you. You live on through all your children and all your grandchildren.
Q or something? Okay. Jeffrey Brian Gardner.
Thomas A. Gardner.
William Arthur Gardner.
Frank Garfey.
Rocco Nino Gargano.
James M. Gartenberg.
Matthew David Garvey.
Bruce Gary.
Boyd Allen Gatton.
Donald Richard Gavigan, Jr.
Peter Allen Gay.
Terrence D. Gazani.
Gary Paul Guidel.
Paul Hamilton Geyer.
Julie M. Geis.
Paul Gerard Jelinas.
Stephen Paul Geller.
Howard G. Gelling, Jr.
Peter Victor Jenko, Jr.
Stephen Gregory Genovese.
Elaine Gentle.
Linda M. George.
Edward F. Garrity.
Suzanne Garrity.
Ralph Gerhardt.
Robert Gerlich.
Dennis P. Germain.
Marina Romanovna Gertzberg.
Susan M. Getzendonner.
Lawrence D. Getzfred.
James G. Geyer.
Cortez Gee.
Joseph M. Giacone.
Vincent Francis Giamona.
Deborah Lynn Gibbon.
James Andrew Giberson.
Brenda C. Gibson.
Craig Neil Gibson.
Ronnie E. Geese.
Andrew Clive Gilbert.
And to my cousin, Janine Nicole Gonzalez, the thing I remember the most about you is your smile. And the illustrious light of that smile continues to guide our family every single day. I ask that every single one of us here call upon the strength of our loved ones to help navigate us through tough times and rough roads. May we find the love to connect us and weed out all that divides us. And most importantly, we never forget.
My brother, Jimmy Ostrowski, Jimmy O. Jimmy, we miss you. Your kind blue eyes, your dimples, your sense of humor, but most importantly, your warm and caring ways that left a loving footprint in all of our hearts that we'll cherish forever. Love you, Jimmy.
Timothy Paul Gilbert.
Paul Stewart Gilby.
Paul John Gill.
Mark Y. Giles.
Evan Hunter Gillette.
Ronald Lawrence Gilligan.
Romney C. Gillis.
Laura Gilly.
John F. Ginley.
Donna Marie Giordano.
Jeffrey John Giordano.
John Giordano.
Stephen A. Giorgetti.
Martin Giovanazzo.
Kumkum Girolamo.
Salvatore Guito.
Cynthia Giuliano.
Mon Jean-Bilange.
Diane Gladstone.
Keith Alexander Glasgow.
Thomas Erwin Glasser.
Edmund Glazer.
Harry Glenn,
Barry H. Glick,
Jeremy Logan Glick,
William Robert Gottschalk,
John T. Nassau,
Brian F. Goldberg,
Michael Gariomela,
Michelle Goldstein,
Jeffrey G. Goldflan,
Stephen Ian Goldstein,
Monica Goldstein,
Andrew H. Golkin,
Ronald F. Galinsky,
Enrique Antonio Gomez,
Dennis James Gomes,
Manuel Gomez Jr.,
Jose Bienvenido Gomez, and my brother Luis Eduardo Torres. I miss you. I love you.
and my brother Jason Michael Cefalu. Jay, we love and miss you every day. We can't thank you enough for all the hilarious stories and memorable laughs you left us with. You're deeply missed by your parents, your sister and brother-in-law, all your cousins, your best friends, and me. We live every day with enthusiasm and gratitude as you would have wanted.
Wilder Alfredo Gomez,
Janine Nicole Gonzalez,
Maurizio Gonzalez,
Rosa J. Gonzalez,
Lynn Catherine Goodchild,
Calvin Joseph Gooding,
Peter Morgan Goodrich,
Harry Goody,
Kiran Kumar Reddy Gopur,
Catherine C. Gorea,
Lisa Fenn Goldenstein,
Corrine Gordon,
Sebastian Gorky,
Kieran Joseph Gorman,
Thomas Edward Gorman,
Michael Edward Gould,
O. Kristen Osterholm White Gould,
Douglas Allen Gallo,
Yuji Goya,
John Richard Grabowski,
Christopher Michael Grady,
Edwin J. Graff III,
David Martin Graffman,
Gilbert Franco Granados,
Lauren Catusi Grancolas and her unborn child,
Elvira Granito,
Winston Arthur Grant,
Christopher S. Gray,
Ian J. Gray,
James Michael Gray,
Tara McLeod Gray,
John M. Grazioso,
Timothy George Grazioso,
Derek Arthur Green,
Wade B. Green,
Wanda Anita Green,
Elaine Myra Greenberg,
Donald Freeman Green,
Gail R. Green,
James Arthur Greenleaf Jr.,
and my cousin Melissa Candida Doy. Melissa, you were so much more than 9/11. We love you. We miss you. I pray for everyone who's here. I send a blessing to each and every one of us. And I just ask that we love and be kind to one another. God protect our country.
and my uncle Paul Frederick Beattini. Uncle Paul, we love and miss you every day. Your memory and legacy is carried on by your amazing daughters, your amazing wife, your siblings, the entire family. We love and miss you. I can't believe it's been 20 years, and it's such an honor to be here with everybody, remembering 20 years later. God bless.
Eileen Marcia Greenstein,
Elizabeth Martin Gregg,
Denise Marie Gregory,
Donald H. Gregory,
Florence Moran Gregory,
Pedro Grahan,
John Michael Griffin.
Tawana Sherry Griffin.
Joan Donna Griffith.
Warren Grifka.
Ramon B. Grijalvo.
Joseph Grillo. Joseph F. Grillo.
David Joseph Grimner.
Francis Edward Grogan.
Linda Gronland.
Kenneth George Grizalis.
Joseph Grzelick.
Matthew James Grizamowski.
Robert Joseph Shar.
Liming Gu.
Richard J. Guadagno.
Fighter Jose A. Guadalupe.
Cindy Yan Zhu Guan.
Lieutenant Jeffrey E. Guja.
Joseph P. Gullickson.
Babita Gujamati Guman.
Douglas Brian Gurian.
Janet Ruth Gustafson.
Philip T. Guza.
Barbara Guzardo.
Peter Mark Gulivari.
Gary Robert Haig.
Andrea Lynn Haberman.
Barbara Mary Habib.
Philip Hansler.
Nizam A. Hafiz.
Karen Elizabeth Haggerty.
Stephen Michael Haggis.
Mary Lou Hay.
Lieutenant David Halderman.
And my uncle Dom Markovich. We love you and miss you, and we're going to bring that dime and bring it up again next year.
And my cousin, firefighter Dennis Patrick Oberg, Ladder 105. Cousin Dennis, we miss you with every passing day. Even the little ones have come to know and love you. Claire, Madeline, Colleen, Georgie, Rocco, and Arabella. We know your spirit is with us. So until we meet again, please keep watching over us.
Miley Rachel Hale.
Diane Hale McKenzie.
Richard B. Hall.
Stanley R. Hall.
Boswald George Hall.
Robert J. Halligan.
Vincent Gerard Halloran.
Carolyn B. Howman.
James Douglas Halvorson.
Mohammed Salam Hamdani.
Felicia Hamilton.
Robert W. Hamilton.
Carl Max Hammond, Jr.
Frederick K. Hahn.
Christopher James Hanley.
Sean S. Hanley.
Valerie Joan Hanna.
Thomas Paul Hannafin.
Kevin James Hannaford, Sr.
Michael Lawrence Hannon.
Dana Ray Hannon.
Christine Lee Hansen.
Peter Burton Hansen.
Sue Kim Hansen.
Basilios G. Haramis.
James A. Harlan.
Gerald Francis Hardacre.
Jeffrey Pike Hardy.
T.J. Hargrave.
Daniel Edward Harlan.
Francis Harros.
Harvey L. Harrell.
Stephen G. Harrell.
Melissa Harrington Hughes.
Aisha Ann Harris.
Stuart D. Harris.
John Patrick Hart.
Eric Hartono.
John Clinton Hartz.
Emmerich Harvey.
and my brother-in-law, who I love like a big brother, Peter Teague Milano. Your memory and spirit live on through Patty, Peter, Jessica, your 5 beautiful granddaughters, your entire family and friends. May you rest in peace. Till we meet again, we all love and miss you, Pete. And may God bless our country, our military, and all first responders.
And to our sister, Celeste Torres Victoria. Celeste was a model. She was our light, with a vivacious and dynamic personality. When she walked into the room, it lit up. She was intelligent, beautiful, elegant, a zest for life. Celeste attended NYU and graduated cum laude in journalism. As a woman of the media, she used that platform to advocate for women's rights and justice. Celeste left behind her beautiful daughter, Jasmine, who graduated from Duke University on a full academic scholarship. We will always miss and cherish the memories of our sister, Celeste Torres Victoria.
Peter Paul Hashem.
Thomas Theodore Haskell Jr.,
Timothy Sean Haskell.
Joseph John Hassan III,
Leonard W. Hatton Jr.
Terrence S. Hatton,
Michael Helmut Hobb.
Timothy Aaron Haviland,
Donald G. Havish Jr.
Anthony Maurice Hawkins,
Naburo Constantine.
James Edward Hayden,
Robert J. Hayes.
Philip T. Hayes,
W. Ward Hines.
Scott Jordan Hazelcorn,
Michael K. Healy.
Roberta B. Heber,
Charles Francis Xavier Curran.
John F. Heffernan,
Michelle M. Himberger.
Sheila M. S. Hine,
H. Joseph Heller Jr.
Joanne L. Heltebridle,
Ronald John Hemingway.
Mark F. Hemscott,
Ronnie Lee Henderson.
Brian Hennessy,
Edward R. Hennessy Jr.
Michelle Marie Enrique,
Joseph Patrick Henry.
William L. Henry Jr.,
Catherine Henry Robertson.
John Christopher Henwood,
Robert Allen Hepburn.
Mary Herencia,
Lindsay C. Harkness III.
Harvey Robert Hermer,
Humberto Hernandez.
Raul H. Hernandez,
I never saw myself before you looked at me, before you kissed my face, before you smiled at me, and I knew that day I would never be alone. And it's the only way. Life never got me low, tears never broke me down. Inside I always know I'd be by your side, so I'd never be alone. But all that is different right now, and everything is solid but the ground. You'll never be alone. You'll never be alone. If you fall, I'll catch you. I won't ever let you be alone. I never want you to feel uncertainty. I listen to every word, believe every single dream. The world has a funny way of making you feel like you're alone. And when trials and troubles come, loved one, you know that your welfare is my concern. And if I'm far away, you know that I'll find my way back to your side. When the tide starts to roll and the wind starts to blow, when the thing you're afraid of is invisible, you'll never be alone. You'll never be alone. If you fall, I'll catch you. I won't ever let you be alone. If you fall, I'll catch you. I won't ever let you be alone. No, you'll never be alone.
Thank you. That was a perfect song to follow up to my husband. Firefighter, Public Illinois Jr., Charlie, and a Marine. You know, he always had a dream about keeping the American dream alive. And I ask for everyone to honor that and keep it alive, and to continue to support and defend your country and protect your loved ones. My children speak to you all the time, and I feel your support. Thank you.
And we remember so many other Americans lost to violence, oppression, and the pandemic in our great country, who do not receive a national moment of recognition and whose families mourn them deeply, as we do here today. And my beloved sister, Catherine Patricia Salter, she had a habit of saying, "Get over it." And Kathy, we have never gotten over it, but we have gotten on with it. We've tried to live life fully each day, and your love and companionship as a sister continues to inspire us and to inspire me. Your light shone bright and beautiful, and you live on in our hearts.
Gary Harold,
Jeffrey Allen Hirsch,
Thomas J. Hetzel,
Leon Bernard Hayward, MC Sundance,
Brian Christopher Hickey,
Enemencio Dario Hidalgo Cedeno,
Timothy Brian Higgins,
Robert D.W. Higley II.
Todd Russell Hill.
Clara Victorine Hines.
Neil O. Hines.
Mark Hindy.
Katsuyuki Hirai.
Heather Malia Ho.
Tara Yvette Hobbs.
Thomas Anderson Hobbs.
James J. Hoban.
Robert Wayne Hobson III.
Dewan Hodges.
Ronald G. Horner.
Patrick A. Hoey.
John A. Hoffer.
Marcia Hoffman.
Stephen Gerard Hoffman.
Frederick Joseph Hoffman.
Michelle L. Hoffman.
Judith Florence Hoffmiller.
Wallace Cole Hogan Jr.
Thomas Warren Holweck Jr.
Jonathan R. Homan.
Cora Hidalgo Holland.
John Holland.
Joseph F. Holland.
Jimmy I. Holly.
Elizabeth Holmes.
Thomas P. Houlihan.
Herbert Wilson Homer.
Leroy W. Homer Jr.
Bradley V. Horn.
James P. Hopper.
And my brother, Brian Joseph Murphy. We miss you terribly. Love you forever. Your girls are excellent. It's a pleasure to see them move to a life of helping others.
And my deeply loved and dearly missed uncle, Christopher Newton Carter. We will never forget you.
Go ahead.
Montgomery McCullough Horde.
Michael Joseph Horn.
Matthew Douglas Horning.
Robert L. Horojo Jr.
Michael Robert Horrocks.
Aaron Horowitz.
Charles J. Houston.
Ahuru G. Houston.
Angela M. Houts.
George Gerard Howard.
Brady K. Howell.
Michael C. Howell.
Stephen Leon Howell.
Jennifer L. Howley.
Milagros Romera.
Marion R. Recheck.
Stephen Hutchko Jr.
Chris Robert Hughes.
Paul Rexford Hughes.
Robert T. Hughes Jr.
Thomas F. Hughes Jr.
Timothy Robert Hughes.
Susie Huey.
Lamar Demetrius Holsey.
John Nicholas Humbert Jr.
William Christopher Hunt.
Kathleen Ann Hunt Casey.
Joseph Gerard Hunter.
Peggy M. Hurt.
Robert R. Husa.
Stephen N. Highland Jr.
Robert J. Heimel.
Thomas Edward Hines.
Walter G. Hines.
Joseph Anthony Ionelli.
Zudu Ibis.
Jonathan Lee Ielpi.
William Patrick Eichen.
Daniel Ilkaneyev.
Frederick L. J. L. Jr.
And my wonderful father, Ian Thompson, you were a light for all of us, and you are so very missed. Even after 20 years, it feels surreal, and it's a difficult but beautiful thing to be here to honor you. Love you, Dad.
And my brother, firefighter Paul Hanley Keating, ladder 5. Paulie, the family can't believe it's been 20 years. We miss you, and we miss you just as much today as we did 20 years ago. Until then, may God hold you in his hands.
Abraham Nathaniel Ilowitz.
Anthony P. Infante Jr.
Louis S. Inglaterra.
Christopher Noble Ingracia.
Paul Inella.
Stephanie Veronica Irby.
Douglas Jason Eargang.
Christine Irvine Ryan.
Todd Antione Isaac.
Eric Hans Isbronson.
Taizo Ishigawa.
Walid Joseph Inkandar.
Aram Iskandarian Jr.
John F. Iskyan.
Kazushige Ito.
Alexander Valer Ivich Ivansov.
Lacey Bernard Ivory.
Virginia May Jablonski.
Brian C. Jack.
Brooke Alexandra Jackman.
Aaron Jeremy Jacobs.
Ariel Lewis Jacobs.
Jason Kyle Jacobs.
Michael G. Jacobs.
Stephen A. Jacobson.
Stephen D. Jacoby.
Ricknoth Jaggernoth.
Jake Dennis Jagoda.
Yudvir S. Jane.
Maria Jan Kubiak.
Robert Adrian Jalbert.
Ernest James.
Griselda E. James.
Mark Stephen Jardim.
Amy Nicole Jarrett.
Mohamedou Jawara.
Francois Jean-Pierre.
Maxima Jean-Pierre.
Paul Edward Jeffers.
John Charles Jenkins.
And my uncle Christopher Noble Ingracia. Even though you died more than 8 years before I was born, your memory lives on through me and so many of your family and friends. Now Grandpa is in heaven with you too. May you both rest in the peace of his kingdom, and may God bless America.
And to my cousin Daniel L. Maher.
Joseph Jenkins, Jr.
Alan Keith Jensen.
Prem Nath Giraffe.
Farah Judy.
Hueda Jian.
Elizer Jimenez Jr.
Luis Jimenez, Jr.
Charles Gregory John.
Nicholas John.
Dennis M. Johnson.
Lashana Johnson.
Scott Michael Johnson.
William R. Johnston.
Allison Horstman Jones.
Arthur Joseph Jones III.
Brian Leander Jones.
Charles Edward Jones.
Christopher D. Jones.
Donald T. Jones II.
Donald W. Jones.
Judith Lauter Jones.
Linda Jones.
Mary S. Jones.
Andrew Brian Jordan Sr.
Robert Thomas Jordan.
Albert Gunnis Joseph.
Ingeborg Joseph.
Carl Henry Joseph.
Stephen Joseph.
Jane Eileen Josiah.
Anthony Jovic.
Angel L. Warbe Jr.
Karen Sue Jude.
Ann C. Judge.
Michael F. Judge.
Paul William Jurgens.
Thomas Edward Jurgens.
Shashikaran Lakshmita Kadaba.
Gavharoy Kamardinova.
Shari Candel.
And my cousin, Brian. My cousin, Brian Christopher Hickey, FDNY Battalion Chief from Rescue 4. So very brave, so very missed, so very loved by so many, always.
And my father, Louis F. Eversano Jr. To my daddy and all of those that we lost 20 years ago today. Your loss has left us all with a heartache that nothing will ever heal. But know this, our love for you and our memories of you and with you are something that no one and nothing, no evil, will ever steal. God bless America. Howard Lee Kane.
Jennifer Lee Lynn Kane.
Vincent D. Kane.
June Ku Kang.
Sheldon Robert Cantor.
Deborah H. Kaplan.
Robin Lynn Kaplan.
Alvin Peter Kappelman Jr.
Charles H. Karcheski.
William A. Carnes.
Douglas Jean Karpiloff.
Charles L. Casper.
Andrew K. Cates.
John A. Casamatides.
Robert Michael Colfers.
Don Jerome Kauth Jr.
Hidea Kawachi.
Edward T. Keene.
Richard M. Kane.
Lisa Yvonne Carney Griffin.
Carol Ann Kiesler.
Barbara A. Keating.
Paul Hanlon Keating.
Leo Russell Keene III.
Brenda Kiegler.
Chandler Raymond Keller.
Joseph John Keller.
Peter R. Kellerman.
Joseph P. Kellett.
Frederick H. Kelly III.
James Joseph Kelly.
Joseph A. Kelly.
Maurice P. Kelly.
Richard John Kelly Jr.
Thomas Michael Kelly.
Thomas Richard Kelly.
Thomas W. Kelly.
Timothy Colin Kelly.
William Hill Kelly Jr.
Robert Clinton Kennedy.
And my grandfather, Dedo, Martin John Coughlin. Even though I never got to meet you, I will always carry on your legacy and spirit. I'll never forget you.
And my brother, Joseph A. Kelly, whose love of life and generosity inspired everyone who knew him. He was a great young man, and he will be dearly missed. He is truly missed.
Thomas J. Kennedy.
Yvonne E. Kennedy.
John Richard Keohane.
Ralph Francis Kershaw.
Ronald T. Kerwin.
Howard L. Kestenbaum.
Douglas D. Ketchum.
Ruth Ellen Kettler.
Boris Califf.
Norma Cruz Khan.
Sarah Khan.
Taimur Faraz Khan.
Rajesh Khandelwal.
Sele Ku.
Michael Vernon Kiefer.
Satoshi Kikuchara.
Andrew Jaehoon Kim.
Lawrence Don Kim.
Mary Jo Kimmelman.
Heinrich Kemig.
Karen Ann Kincaid.
Amy R. King.
Andrew M. King.
Lucille Teresa King.
Robert King Jr.
Lisa King Johnson.
Brian K. Kinney.
Takashi Kinoshito.
Chris Michael Kirby.
Robert Kirkpatrick,
Howard Barry Kirschbaum,
Glenn Davis Kerwin,
Helen Crossan Kittle,
Richard Joseph Claris,
Peter Anton Klein,
Alan David Kleinberg,
Karen Joyce Klitzman,
Ronald Philip Klepfer,
Stephen A. Knapp,
Eugenie Kinazev,
and my grandfather, Jeremiah Joseph Ahern. Although we never met physically, you will always live in my heart and our family. We love you, and I look forward to meeting you one day.
and my brother, Dennis J. McHugh III. The sound of your voice has faded over the years, but our hearts will always be filled with the love that we have for you. May you continue to rest in peace and pray for us. We love you and miss you. God bless America.
Andrew James Knox,
Thomas Patrick Knox,
Rebecca Lee Kabori,
Deborah A. Kobus,
Gary Edward Keckler,
Frank J. Costner,
Ryan Cohart,
Vanessa Lynn Shobolo Kolpak,
Irina Kolpakova,
Suzanne Rose Kondratenko,
Abdullah Kone,
Bon Suk Ku,
Dorota Kopitsko,
Scott Michael Kopitko,
Bohan George Kostich,
Danielle Kasulis,
David P. Kovalchin,
John J. Kren,
William Edward Krukowski,
Ludmila Kasita,
Toshia Kuge,
Shekhar Kumar,
Kenneth Bruce Kumpel,
Frederick Kuo Jr.,
Patricia A. Chorus,
Nauka Kushatani,
Thomas Joseph Kuvakis,
Victor Kawarkai,
Raymond Kui Fekwak,
Angela Reed Kite,
Andrew Lacourte,
Carol Ann LaPlante,
Jeffrey G. Latouche,
Catherine L. Labori,
Amarnath Latchman,
Ganesh K. Ladkat,
James Patrick Ladley,
Joseph A. LaFalce,
Jeanette Louise Lafond Medahino,
David James LaForge,
and my grandfather, Philip T. Hayes. Even though I never had the chance to meet you, you will always be my hero. I've heard so many amazing stories about you, and I am blessed to have such a great role model as my grandpa. I miss and love you so much. You are forever in our hearts.
and my aunt Harde K.C. Parbu. My family and I miss her so much. She was always filled with so much joy and cared for her loved ones. I am honored to have known her. We truly cherish all the great memories we shared with her. We love you, Auntie Chani. To all the victims and their families, I sincerely hope today you all can find some peace.
Michael Patrick Laforte,
Alan Charles LaFrance,
Juan Mendez Lafuente,
Neil Kwang Wa Le,
Vincent Anthony Laeta,
William David Lake,
Franco Lalama,
Chow Juan Lam,
Michael S. Lamana,
Stephen Lamantia,
Amy Hope Lamonsoff,
Robert T. Lane,
Brendan Mark Lang,
Roseanne P. Lang,
Vanessa Lang Langer,
Mary Lou Langley,
Peter J. Langone,
Thomas Michael Langone,
Michelle Bernadette Lanza,
Ruth Sheila Lapton,
Ingeborg A.D. Larrabee,
Robin Blair Larkey,
Judith Camilla LaRoque,
Christopher Randall Larrabee,
Hamadou S. Larry,
Scott Larson,
John Adam Larson,
Natalie Janice Lasden,
Gary Edward Lasco,
Nicholas Craig Lassman,
Paul Lazinski,
Charles A. Lawrencine,
Stephen James Loria,
Maria Lavache,
Dennis Francis Lavelle,
Janine Mary Laverty,
Anna A. Laverty,
Stephen Lawn,
Robert A. Lawrence Jr.,
Nathaniel Lawson,
and my father, Brendan Francis McCabe. I remember the day before 9/11 just as vividly as I remember the 11th itself. My father took me and my brothers to the store to get soccer cleats and clothes for the fall season. Never in my wildest dreams did I ever think that he would be ripped out of our lives less than 24 hours later. I remember it like it was yesterday, but it's been 20 years. Things have not been the same without you, Dad. You never got to see us grow up, chase our dreams, graduate school. Never got to help us become adults. You never got to see your nieces and nephews and younger cousins grow up and get married and start families of their own. All we have left are memories of you, how amazing you were as a father and a person. It sucks that the younger kids in the family will never ever get to hang out with Uncle Bonebender firsthand. All they have are stories to learn about you from. There's been a lot of pain and heartache over the last 20 years, and we all miss you like crazy every day. From your brothers and sisters, nieces, nephews, your cousins, your wife's son, and your daughter. We all miss you every day, Dad. It sucks that a bunch of cowards had to take the lives of innocent people who were just trying to provide for their family. We'll meet again one day, and it'll be nothing but tears of joy when we do. I love you, Dad. We all do. And I know you're up there looking down on us. Never forget, God bless America, God bless New York, and God bless all the first responders that gave their lives that day. This is our city. You can't take down New York ever.
and my mother, Barbara P. Walsh. After 20 years, Mom, we're still carrying on all the love and the traditions that you've implanted in our hearts. You would think after 20 years, it would get easier. The last 20 years, you lost that on birthdays, holidays, anniversaries, Sunday dinners, celebrating our favorite season, fall, and our lovely Florida vacations, and watching your 8 grandchildren grow up and watching them be born. The missing goes on, and all we have to go on with our lives, we have, and all of your children are successful, and that's a testament to you, Mom. Your absence has created a huge void in our hearts and our lives, and that will never be filled again. We miss you so much, Mom. It's unbearable. God bless America. Please keep us safe. I love you.
David W. Lachak.
Eugene Gabriel Lazar.
James Patrick Leahy.
Joseph Gerard Levy.
Neil J. Levy.
Robert J. LeBlanc.
Leon Labor.
Kenneth Charles Lady.
Alan J. Liederman.
Elena F. Ledesma.
Alexis Leduc.
Daniel John Lee.
David S. Lee.
Dong Shul Lee.
Gary H. Lee.
Hyun Jun Lee.
Juanita Lee.
Catherine Blair Lee.
Linda C. Lee.
Lorraine Mary Green Lee.
Myung Woo Lee.
Richard Y. C. Lee.
Stuart Sujin Lee.
Yang Der Lee.
Stephen Paul Lefkowitz,
Adriana Legro,
Edward Joseph Lehman,
Eric Larfeld,
David R. Leastman,
David Prudencio Lamagne,
Joseph Anthony Lenahan,
John Joseph Lennon Jr.,
John Robinson Lenoir,
Jorge Luis Leon Sr.,
Matthew G. Leonard,
Michael Lepore,
Charles A. L'Esperance,
Jeff Levine,
John Dennis Levi,
Alicia Karen Levin,
and my brother-in-law, Alfred Russell Mailer, Big Al. You have been and continue to be missed every single day the last 20 years. We will never forget your life or any of the lives lost on or as a result of or in response to 9/11. But let us also never forget what came right after that horrific day. An unparalleled sense of unity, of pride in and love of our country, of amazing compassion of each other, whether family, friend, or complete stranger. And in our grief and our strength, we were not divided based on our voting preference, the color of our skin, or our moral or religious beliefs. That was the United States I fell in love with, and that's the United States I proudly chose to become a citizen of. God bless all those lives lost, God bless our troops, and God bless America.
I only know you through stories told and your legacy. But I will make sure to let that legacy live on and to never forget you. I am proud to hold your first name as my own, and I am mostly proud to be able to carry on said legacy for generations to come. We love you and we miss you.
Should I start? Neil David Levin,
Robert Levine,
Robert Michael Levine,
Shai Levenhar,
Daniel M. Lewin,
Adam J. Lewis,
Jennifer Lewis,
Kenneth E. Lewis,
Margaret Susan Lewis,
Yi Wei Liang,
Orasiri Liang Fenasarm,
Daniel F. Libretti,
Ralph Michael Lichardi,
Edward Lischine,
Samantha L. Lightborn Allen,
Stephen Barry Lilienthal,
Carlos R. Lillo,
Craig Damian Lalore,
Arner Arboleda Lim,
Daria Lin,
Wei Rong Lin,
Nikki L. Lindo,
Thomas V. Linehan Jr.,
Robert Thomas Linane,
Alan Patrick Linton Jr.,
Diane Teresa Lipari,
Kenneth P. Lira Aravello,
Francisco Alberto Liriano,
Lorraine Lisi,
Paul Lisson,
Vincent M. Lito,
Ming Hao Liu,
Nancy Liz,
Harold Liscano,
Martin Lizzo,
George A. Jonas,
Elizabeth C. Logler,
Catherine Lisa Lagudice,
Jerome Robert Lojas,
Michael William Lomax,
and my brother Abulke Chaudhry. There is not a single day goes by that I don't think of you. Losing such a beautiful soul and a kind spirit more than words can express. If I have known missing you would hurt so much that I wouldn't have let you go. I miss my best friend. You understand and love me unconditionally. You are unreplaceable. All these years since I lost you, I was devastated and hopeless. Although you were gone, but you always have guided me to be strong and courageous to move on. Losing you is a deep pain that is unexplainable. You always will be in my heart and will never be forgotten. I love you deeply, brother. You will be forever with me until we meet again.
And my uncle, Walwyn Wellington Stewart Jr. To this day, we are still inspired by your heroism, kindness, and selflessness. Your memory will live on in our hearts forever. We love you and we miss you so much. Give Nana a hug for us.
I've never spoken.
Stephen V. Long.
Laura Maria Longing.
Salvatore P. Lopes.
Daniel Lopez.
George Lopez.
Luis Manuel Lopez.
Maclovio Lopez Jr.
Manuel L. Lopez.
Joseph Lestrangio.
Chet Deck Louis.
Stuart Side Lewis.
Joseph Lavero.
Sarah Elizabeth Lowe.
Jenny Sue Huang Lo Wan.
Michael W. Lowe.
Gary W. Lozer.
John P. Lazowski.
Charles Peter Lucania.
Edward Hobbs Luckett II.
Mark Gavin Ludvigskin.
Lee Charles Ludwig.
Sean Thomas Lugano.
Daniel Lugo.
Marie Lucas.
William Lum Jr.
Michael P. London.
Christopher E. Ludner.
Anthony Luparello.
Gary Frederick Lutnick.
Linda Ann Luzicone.
Alexander Lygen.
Cece Lyles.
Pharrell Peter Lynch.
James Francis Lynch.
James T. Lynch Jr.
Louise A. Lynch.
Michael Cameron Lynch.
Michael Francis Lynch.
Michael Francis Lynch.
Richard D. Lynch Jr.
And my uncle, William Russell Peterson, Uncle Billy. With a spirit and a personality that could fill a room and a smile that was infectious, we miss you every day and hold you close to our hearts. We know you're making the heavens smile and looking down on us, supporting us. Go ahead.
And my grandfather, David Francis Ferruggio. We all miss you, and even I didn't get to meet you, I still love you.
Robert Henry Lynch, Jr.
Sean P. Lynch.
Sean Patrick Lynch.
Terrence M. Lynch.
Michael J. Lyons.
Monica Ann Lyons.
Naheeman Lyons IV.
Patrick John Lyons.
Robert Francis Mace.
Marianne McFarlane.
Jan Matsievsky.
Susan A. Mackey.
William Macco.
Catherine Fairfax McCrae.
Richard Blaine Madden.
Simon Madison.
Noel C. Myers.
Jenny Ann Maffeo.
Joseph Maffeo.
J. Robert Magazine.
Brian McGee.
Charles W. McGee.
Joseph V. McGiddy.
Ronald Magninson.
Daniel L. Mayer.
Thomas A. Mahone.
William J. Mahoney.
Joseph Daniel Mayo.
Linda C. Meyer-Grayling,
Takashi Makimoto,
Abdul Ali Malahi,
Deborah I. Maldonado,
Myrna T. Maldonado Augusto,
Alfred Russell Mailer,
Gregory James Malone,
Edward Francis Maloney III,
Joseph E. Maloney,
Jean Edward Malloy,
Christian H. Maltby,
Francisco Miguel Mancini,
and my brother David William Nelson, who stood for what he believed in, even when it was not popular or comfortable. David, I miss you hard every day.
and my father, Alan Wisniewski. Dad, we miss you and love you. Your beautiful spirit and legacy live on in all of us. Continue to watch over us and guide us on this journey through life. And may you always rest in eternal peace. And God bless our troops and the United States of America.
Joseph Mangano,
Sarah Elizabeth Manley,
Deborah M. Manetta,
Marion Victoria Manning,
Terrence John Manning,
James Maunis,
Alfred Giles Padre Joseph Marchand,
Joseph Ross Marchbanks Jr.,
Laura A. Marchese,
Hilda Marson,
Peter Edward Mardikian,
Edward Joseph Mardovich,
Charles Joseph Maggiata,
Louis Neil Mariani,
Kenneth Joseph Marino,
Lester V. Marino,
Vita Marino,
Kevin D. Marlowe,
Jose Juan Marrero,
John Daniel Marshall,
Shelley A. Marshall,
James Martello,
Michael A. Marty,
Karen Ann Martin,
Peter C. Martin,
Brian E. Martineau,
William J. Martin Jr.,
Edward J. Martinez,
Betsy Martinez,
Robert Gabriel Martinez,
Jose Angel Martinez Jr.,
Lizzie D. Martinez Calderon,
Waleska Martinez,
Anne Marie Martino Kramer,
Paul Richard Martini,
Bernard Mascarenas,
Joseph A. Mascali,
Ada L. Mason Acker,
Stephen Frank Macy, and my mother, Dorothy R. Morgan. You are loved and missed dearly. Thank you for continuously watching over me and your grandchildren. We love you.
And my father, William Lawrence Fallon Jr., he was an incredible husband and brother and son and father, and would have been an incredible grandfather. I know he would have loved his granddaughters. For the people here, for the family members who are still hurting, that they don't get to have the rest of your life, that the enemies and the terrorists don't get to take the rest of your life away from you. I pray for healing. I pray for hope. I pray for peace, that you find it.
for our country, from our government down to our local communities. That we remember 9/11, and when we say never forget, that it's not just a word or a catchy phrase, that it's that we never forget the American unity that we felt after those days. That's what mattered. It was the response, and we can get there. And that we value our American lives more than just whose side are you on, left or right, and whatever else. God bless America, and God bless our military.
Nicholas George Massa.
Patricia Ann Cimaroli Masari.
Michael Massaroli.
Philip William Mastrandrea Jr.
Rudy Mastro Cinque.
Joseph Mathai.
Charles William Mathers.
William A. Matheson.
Marcelo Matriciano.
Margaret Elaine Mattick.
Dean E. Matson.
Robert D. Matson.
Walter A. Matuza Jr.
Timothy J. Maud.
Jill Moorer Campbell.
Charles A. Morrow Jr.
Charles J. Morrow.
Dorothy Morrow.
Nancy T. Morrow.
Robert J. Maxwell.
Renee A. May.
Tyrone May.
Keithroy Marcellus Maynard.
Robert J. Mayo.
Kathy N. Mazza.
Edward Mazzella Jr.
Jennifer Lynn Mazzotta.
Karya Mumbaya.
James Joseph McAllery Jr.
Brian Gerard McAleese.
Patricia Ann McKenney.
Colin R. MacArthur.
John Kevin McAvoy.
Kenneth M. McBrayer.
Brendan F. McCabe.
Michael McCabe.
Thomas Joseph McCann.
Justin McCarthy.
Kevin M. McCarthy.
Michael Desmond McCarthy.
And my uncle, Port Authority Police Officer Alphonse Joseph Niedermeyer III, who I miss and love very much.
And my father, Gary Harold. Dad, we miss you every day. Please continue to watch over us, especially your 3 grandchildren and the new one on the way. I speak to my kids all the time about you. They know how Pop was a hero who helped many of people down on that horrible day. Lucas has your sweet personality. Ashlyn is strong, sassy, and funny, and Declan could be your twin. Thank you for always being my guiding light and helping me to stay strong. I hope I could be half the parent that you were to us. I miss you every day.
Shall we remove?
Wait. Robert G. McCarthy.
Stanley McCaskill.
Katie Marie McCloskey.
Juliana Valentine McCord.
Ruth Madeline McCourt.
Charles Austin McCrane.
Tonielle F. McDay.
Matthew T. McDermott.
Joseph P. McDonald.
Brian Grady McDonald.
Michael P. McDonald.
John F. McDowell Jr.
Eamon J. McEnany.
John Thomas McErlin Jr.
Daniel Francis McGinley.
Mark Ryan McGinley.
William E. McGinn.
Thomas Henry McGinnis.
Michael Gregory McGinty.
Ann Walls McGovern.
Scott Martin McGovern.
William J. McGovern,
Stacy Senes McGowan,
Francis Noel McGinn,
Thomas F. McGinnis Jr.,
Patrick J. McGuire,
Thomas M. McHale,
Keith David McHeafe,
Ann M. McHugh,
Dennis J. McHugh III,
Dennis P. McHugh,
Michael Edward McHugh Jr.,
Robert G. McIlvain,
Donald James McIntyre,
Stephanie Marie McKenna,
Molly L. McKenzie,
Barry J. McKeon,
Evelyn C. McKennedy,
Daryl LaRon McKinney,
George Patrick McLaughlin Jr.,
and my beloved late husband, Sean Gordon Corbett O'Neill. Beautiful Sean, you are always with us through the eyes of your incredible daughter and all around us, forever and eternal.
And to my cousin and my best friend, Lucia Crifasi. Lucy, it's been 20 years today that you are gone, but these years will never erase the memories we shared. You are a special friend I ever had, who cannot be replaced. Our lives move on, but your happy memories are still with us. I am glad I am still in touch with your sister Maria, your brother Frank, and our best friends, Nadine's Betsy and Lily Wilson. I love you, and I really, really miss you. Ciao, Bella.
Robert C. McLaughlin Jr.,
Gavin McMahon,
Robert D. McMahon,
Edmund M. McNally,
Daniel Walker McNeil,
Walter Arthur McNeil,
Christine Sheila McNulty,
Sean Peter McNulty,
Robert William McPadden,
Terrence A. McShane,
Timothy Patrick McSweeney,
Martin E. Williams,
Rocco A. Medalgia,
Abigail Medina,
Anna Iris Medina,
Damian Meehan,
William J. Meehan Jr.,
Alok Kumar Mehta,
Raymond Meisenheimer,
Manuel Emilio Mejia,
Escadar Malacu,
Antonio Melendez,
Mary P. Melendez,
Christopher D. Mello,
Yelena Melanichenko,
Stuart Todd Meltzer,
D'Aurelia Giovanna Mena,
Dora Marie Menchaca,
Charles R. Mendez,
Lizette Mendoza,
Siobhan Alicia Mentes,
Wolfgang Peter Menzel,
Steve John Mercado,
Wilfredo Mercado,
Wesley Mercer,
Ralph Joseph Mercurio,
Alan Harvey Merdinger,
George L. Marino,
Yamel Josephina Marino,
George Mercuris,
and my cousin Gary Michael Albero. Gary, our family misses your love, laughter, and smile. You live in each and every one of us every day. We love you, and please give Dad a hug for us. God bless you all, and God bless America.
And my grandfather, Battalion Chief Lawrence T. Stack. 20 years ago, I met my grandfather, B.C. Lawrence T. Stack. He held me in his arms, his first of 6 grandchildren. 7 days later, he was gone from the city and family he loved. We will love and miss you forever. Never forget 9/11 and the first responders who protect our city every day. We thank our military and our first responders to our country, and God bless America. Thank you.
Deborah Merrick.
Raymond Joseph Metz III.
Jill Ann Metzler.
David Robert Meyer.
Nurul H. Mia.
William Edward Michuli.
Martin Paul Michelstein.
Patricia E. Mickley.
Ronald D. Milam.
Peter Teague Milano.
Gregory Milanowicz.
Lukasz Tomasz Milewski.
Sharon Christina Milan.
Corey Peter Miller.
Craig J. Miller.
Douglas C. Miller.
Henry Alfred Miller, Jr.
Joel Miller.
Michael Matthew Miller.
Nicole Carol Miller.
Philip D. Miller.
Robert Allen Miller.
Robert Cromwell Miller, Jr.
Benny Millman.
Charles M. Mills, Jr.
Ronald Keith Milstein.
Robert J. Manera.
William George Minardi.
Louis Joseph Minervino.
Thomas Mingion.
Wilbert Morale.
Dominic N. Mirkovich.
Rajef Arjan Mirpuri.
Joseph D. Mistrudi.
Susan J. Miskowicz.
Paul Thomas Mitchell.
Richard P. Muccio.
Jeffrey Peter Mladinik.
Frank V. Mochia, Sr.
Louis Joseph Moraferi.
And my father, Charles Augustus Lorenzen. Your strength continues to motivate us. May we continue to make you proud. We love you, Dad. We miss you. Until we meet again.
And to my father, Daniel Lopez. He was the coolest guy in the block from his neighborhood of Los Sures, Brooklyn, a tragic and beautiful Puerto Rican neighborhood. He was the best house DJ that New York ever saw. Y era boricua, pa que tú lo sepa. He taught me to be proud of my heritage and my blood, and will always charge forwards with that. Thank you.
Boyi Muhammad.
Dennis Mojica.
Manuel de Mojica Jr.
Kleber Rolanda Molina.
Manuel de Jesus Molina.
Carl Molinaro.
Justin John Molisani Jr.
Brian Patrick Monaghan.
Franklin Monahan.
John Gerard Monahan.
Kristen Lee Montanaro.
Craig Montano.
Michael G. Montesi.
Carlos Alberto Beto Montoya.
Antonio de Jesus Montoya Valdez.
Cheryl Ann Moniak.
Thomas Carlo Moody.
Sharon Moore.
Krishna V. Morthy.
Laura Lee DeFazio Morabito.
Abner Morales.
Carlos Manuel Morales.
Paula E. Morales.
Sonia Mercedes Morales Papalo.
Gerard P. Moran Jr.
John Christopher Moran.
John Michael Moran.
Kathleen Moran.
Lindsay Stapleton Morehouse.
George William Morell.
Stephen P. Morello.
Vincent S. Morello.
Yvette Nicole Marino.
Dorothy Morgan.
Richard J. Morgan.
Nancy Morgenstern.
Sane More.
Blanca Robertino Moracho Moracho.
Leonel Hermano Moracho Moracho.
Dennis Gerard Moroni.
And my aunt, Daphne Paletzis. Saza, losing you was a nightmare, and we mourn every laugh, every smile, and every story that now we will never be able to share with you. In their place, an emptiness that will never be filled. Simply put, you were the best person we ever knew, and we were so lucky to have you in our lives. Every moment was a joy, each memory a gift that we will always treasure. And for as dark as that day was, to know you was to know a love and a light that shines so much brighter.
And to my grandfather, Battalion Chief John Joseph Jack Fanning of Hazmat Operations, FDNY. My hero I never got to meet, I know so much about you because you're still talked about every single day. Please continue to watch over Daddy, Uncle Jeremy, and Jackie, the rest of the family, and I. You are so missed by all of us and may be gone, but will never be forgotten. I love you always, and I'm so proud to be your granddaughter. Rest in peace, Grandpa.
Lynn Irene Morris.
Odessa V. Morris.
Seth Allen Morris.
Steve Morris.
Christopher Martell Morrison.
Ferdinand V. Marone.
William David Moskal.
Brian A. Moss.
Marco Matroni.
Cynthia Motis Wilson.
Yuri A. Muchinsky.
Jude Joseph Musa.
Peter Mudis.
Damian O'Neill Mowat.
Teddington H. Moy.
Christopher Michael Mozillo.
Stephen Vincent Muldery.
Richard T. Modanley Jr.
Michael D. Mullen.
Dennis Michael Mulligan.
Peter James Mulligan.
Michael Joseph Mullen.
James Donald Munhall.
Nancy Muniz.
Francisco Eladio Muñez.
Carlos Mario Munoz.
Teresa Munson.
Robert Michael Murdoch.
Cesar Augusto Murillo.
Mark A. Murillo.
Brian Joseph Murphy.
Charles Anthony Murphy.
Christopher W. Murphy.
Edward Charles Murphy.
James F. Murphy IV.
James Thomas Murphy.
Kevin James Murphy.
Patrick Jude Murphy.
Patrick Sean Murphy.
Raymond E. Murphy.
And my grandfather, James Anthony Trentini, and my grandmother, Mary Barbara Trentini. We miss you and love you so much. We wish we had more time with you, and I know you're looking over us every day. We love you.
And my brother, Manuel Gomez Jr., Manny as he was known, to family and friends, loved piloting his airline, his plane, riding his motorcycles, scuba diving, and loved being in field service with his friends. He was a adventurous, loving, and a God-fearing man. We all miss Manny, remember him, especially Mom, who's watching today from Puerto Rico, his two nephews, Stephen and Michael. But most importantly, he's remembered by Jehovah God, as are all the victims. And we have faith in the promise he has and mentioned in the book of John, chapter 5, verse 28 and 29. Hasta la resurrección, mi hermano.
Robert Eddie Murphy, Jr.
John Joseph Murray.
John Joseph Murray.
Susan D. Murray.
Valerie Victoria Murray.
Richard Todd Myrie.
Louis J. Nackey II.
Robert B. Nagel.
Mildred Rose Naiman.
Takuya Nakamura.
Alexander John Robert Napier.
Frank Joseph Naples III.
John Philip Napolitano.
Catherine Ann Nardella.
Mario Nardone, Jr.
Monica K. Narula.
Sean M. Nasani.
Narendra Nath.
Karen Susan Navarro.
Joseph M. Navis.
Francis Joseph Nazareo.
Glenroy I. Neblett.
Raymond Marcus Neblett.
Jerome O. Ned.
Lawrence F. Nadell.
Luke G. Nee.
Pete Negron,
Lori Ann Nera.
Ann N. Nelson,
David William Nelson.
Ginger Risco Nelson,
James A. Nelson.
Michelle Ann Nelson,
Peter Allen Nelson.
Oscar Francis Nesbitt,
Gerard Terrence Nevins.
Renee Taltrop Newell,
Christopher C. Newton.
Christopher Newton Carter,
Nancy Ewan Nago.
and my younger brother, Michael Cameron Lynch. He was a wonderful son, brother, husband, and father. We miss him every day. I know you must be so proud, as I am, of your beautiful daughter, Caroline, your wonderful nephew, Paul, and your niece, Cassidy, who's a sergeant in the Army. We love you, Morty. You're always in our hearts. God bless America.
And my beloved husband, Derek James Statkavicus. Tyler Chase and I miss you and love you very much.
Ready? Kong Neguk Nigoyen.
Jody Tapadino Nichilo.
Kathleen Ann Nicosia.
Martin Stewart Niederer.
Alphonse Joseph Niedermeyer.
Frank John Niestat Jr.
Gloria Nieves.
Juan Nieves Jr.
Troy Edward Nilsson.
Paul Nimbley.
John Valentine Niven.
Catherine McGarry Nowak.
Curtis Terrence Noel.
Michael A. Noth.
Jacqueline June Norton.
Robert Walter Noonan.
Daniela Rosalia Notaro.
Robert Grant Norton.
Soichi Numata.
Brian Christopher Navanti.
Jose Nunez.
Brian Nunez.
James A. Oakley.
Jeffrey Roger Nussbaum.
James P. O'Brien Jr.
Dennis Patrick Oberg.
Scott J. O'Brien.
Michael P. O'Brien.
Daniel O'Callahan.
Timothy Michael O'Brien.
Diana J. O'Connor.
Dennis James O'Connor Jr.
Richard J. O'Connor.
Keith Kevin O'Connor.
Marnie Pont O'Doherty.
Amy O'Doherty.
Takashi Ogawa.
Douglas E. Elschlager.
And my cousin, who was like a sister to me, Derelia Giovanna Mena. Your daughter, your sister, your mother, aunts, uncles, and many, many, many cousins miss you terribly. We hope to see you again one day. Siempre vivirás en nuestros corazones y nuestros pensamientos.
Albert Ogletree, and my hero, and my father, Donald H. Gregory. My dad was a gregarious yet sensitive man who had a great sense of humor and a deep love for his family and friends. He loved his job and his peers at Cantor Fitzgerald, but he knew how to come off the train, leaving work at work, and engage and connect with us. A few weeks before September 11th, he had a heart-to-heart talk with me about how he wanted to prioritize his health so that he could be there for my sister, brother, and I throughout our milestones of marriage and children. Although he wasn't here with us, he was never missing in our hearts. The legacy of his life lives on with all those who miss him, and now with his 5 grandchildren who will learn to love their Grandpa Don through shared stories. It is only with acts of kindness, charity, and love that we can negate the intentions of those who wanted to bring down this country, and this will be what we will teach our children. I am deeply grateful to all those who have served and sacrificed to protect our country, especially in Afghanistan. And to those who are still suffering from 9/11 related physical and mental illness, you are not forgotten or alone. I pray that we can once again be the country we were on September 12th. Dad, I love you and I miss you always.
Philip Paul Onibene.
John A. Oganoski.
James Andrew O'Grady.
Joseph J. Ogren.
Thomas G. O'Hagan.
Samuel Otis.
Patrick J. O'Keefe.
William O'Keefe.
Gerald Michael Alcott.
Gerard Thomas O'Leary.
Christine Ann Olander.
Linda Mary Oliva.
Edward K. Oliver.
Leah Elizabeth Oliver.
Eric Todd Olson.
Jeffrey James Olson.
Barbara K. Olson.
Maureen Lyons Olson.
Stephen John Olson.
Matthew Timothy O'Mahony.
Toshihiro Anda.
Seamus L. O'Neill.
John P. O'Neill.
Peter J. O'Neill Jr.
Sean Gordon Corbett O'Neill.
Betty Ann Ong.
Michael C. Opperman.
Christopher T. Orgilowitz.
Margaret Quinn Orlowski.
Virginia Ann Ormiston.
Ruben S. Ornado.
Kevin M. O'Rourke.
Ronald Orsini.
Peter Keith Ortali.
Juan Ortega Campos.
Jane Marie Orth.
Alexander Ortiz.
David Ortiz.
Emilio Pete Ortiz.
Pablo Ortiz.
And my uncle, Matthew J. Burke. Your memory and legacy are forever preserved through family and friends. God bless you, and God bless America.
And my brother, firefighter Michael Francis Lynch. We know what you were doing on that day, and your boys are doing beautifully. Michael and Jack, we're so proud of Denise. Jack was 6 months old, and Michael was 3 years old when you were murdered. And all we do now is tell them about your past glory days.
Paul Ortiz Jr.
Sonia Ortiz.
Masaru Ose.
Patrick J. O'Shea.
Robert William O'Shea.
Elsie Carolina Osorio Oliva.
James R. Ostrowski.
Timothy Franklin O'Sullivan.
Jason Douglas Oswald.
Michael John Oten.
Isidro D. Ottenwalder.
Michael Shung Wu.
Tar Joseph Oida.
Jesus Ovales.
Peter J. Owens Jr.
Adianes Oyoya.
Angel M. Pabon Jr.
Israel Pabon Jr.
Roland Pacheco.
Michael Benjamin Packer.
Diana B. Padro.
Deepa Pakala.
Jeffrey Matthew Palazzo.
Thomas Palazzo.
Richard A. Palazzolo.
Oreo Joseph Palmer.
Frank Anthony Palumbo.
Alan N. Palumbo.
Christopher Matthew Pennetier.
Dominique Lisa Pandolfo.
Jonas Martin Panig.
Paul J. Pansini,
John M. Paulijo,
Edward Joseph Papa,
Salvatore T. Papaso,
James Nicholas Papa George,
Marie Papalardo,
Vinod Kumar Parakat,
Vijay Ashankar Paramsathi,
Nitin Ramesh Parankar,
and my uncle Alejandro Cordero. Even though your three nieces, Leah, Mila, and I, did not meet you, we still feel like you're here with us. We cherish you in our hearts forever, and we love you. You are dearly missed by Mama Tere, Papa Moises, your brothers, and the whole Cordero family. We love you.
and my father, Glenn Davis Kerwin. We love you. We miss you. You inspire me to wear the uniform every day. Gary Owen.
Hardai Harbu,
James Wendell Parham,
Deborah Marie Harris,
George Paris,
Guy Young Park,
Philip Lacey Parker,
Michael Elaine Parks,
Robert E. Parks Jr.,
Hashmukh C. Parmar,
Robert Paro,
Diane Marie Parsons,
Leobardo Lopez Pascual,
Michael J. Pascuma Jr.,
Gerald Hughes Paskins,
Horace Robert Pasananti,
Suzanne H. Passaro,
Avnish Ramanbai Patel,
Dipti Patel,
Manish Patel,
Stephen Bennett Patterson,
James Matthew Patrick,
Manuel D. Patrocino,
Bernard E. Patterson,
Clifford L. Patterson Jr.,
Sierra Marie Patty,
Robert E. Pattison,
James Robert Paul,
Patrice Paz,
Victor Hugo Paz,
Stacy Lynn Peak,
Richard Allen Perlman,
Darrell V. Pearsall Jr.,
Thomas Nicholas Pecorelli,
Thomas Pedicini,
Todd Douglas Pelino,
Mike Adrian Pelletier,
Anthony G. Peluso,
Angel R. Pena,
Robert Penninger,
Richard Al Penny,
and my father, Patrick Joseph Busey,
and my uncle Ronald L. Gamboa.
Salvatore F. Pepe,
Carl Allen B. Peralta,
Robert David Peraza,
John A. Perconte Jr.,
Alejo Perez,
Angel Perez Jr.,
Angela Susan Perez,
Anthony Perez,
Ivan Antonio Perez,
Nancy E. Perez,
Barry Barrison Perkins,
Joseph John Perencino,
Edward J. Parada,
Imelda H. Perry,
Glenn C. Perry Sr.,
John William Perry,
Franklin Allen Pership,
Danny Pesci,
Michael John Peshreen,
Davin N. Peterson,
Donald Arthur Peterson,
Jean Hoadley Peterson,
William Russell Peterson,
Mark James Petrocelli,
Philip Scott Petty,
Glenn Karen Pettit,
Dominic A. Pizzulo,
Kayleen Elizabeth Pizzuti,
Kevin J. Pfeiffer,
Tuan Pham,
Kenneth John Phelan Sr.,
Snay Ann Phillip,
Eugenia McCann Piantieri,
Ludwig John Picaro,
Matthew Picerno,
Joseph O. Pick,
Christopher J. Pickford,
Dennis J. Pierce,
Bernard Petronico,
Nicholas P. Pietrunti,
and my loving father, John Scharf. Thank you for watching over me, your family, and your future grandchild. We miss you and we love you.
and my uncle, Brent James Woodall.
Theodorus Higgis,
Susan Elizabeth Pinto,
Joseph Piscadlo,
Christopher Todd Pittman,
Joshua Michael Piver,
Robert R. Plager III,
Sandra F. Plager,
Joseph Plumatalo,
John M. Pocher,
William Howard Pullman,
Lawrence Michael Holich,
Thomas H. Polhamus,
Steve Policino,
Susan M. Polio,
Darren H. Pontel,
Joshua Iusa Poptine,
Giovanna Horace,
Anthony Portillo,
James Edward Patorti,
Daphne Pilatus,
Richard N. Holus,
Stephen Emmanuel Poulos,
Brandon Jerome Powell,
Scott Allen Powell,
Sean Edward Powell,
Antonio Dorsey Pratt,
Gregory M. Preziosi,
Wanda Evelise Prince,
Vincent A. Princiota,
Kevin M. Pryor,
Everett Martin Proctor III,
Carrie Beth Prosian,
David Lee Kroon,
Richard A. Prunty,
John Foster Puckett,
Robert David Pugliese,
Edward F. Pullis,
Patricia Ann Puma,
Jack D. Punches,
Hemeth Kumar Putor,
and my husband Patrick Sean Murphy. We will continue to live your legacy of love, good humor, and generosity. Thank you to my family and friends who've loved and supported me, Maggie, and Sean for the past 20 years. And thank you to our brave men and women in uniform for your courageous service and sacrifice. You are our real heroes. Thank you.
and my brother, Bart Joseph Ruggieri. I speak for all of us who knew and loved Bart when I say that 32 years was not enough and 20 years feels like yesterday. We remain forever inspired by his spirit, embodied in his favorite quote, "Life is not measured by the numbers of breaths you take, but by the moments that take your breath away." And a heartfelt thank you from all of us to our amazing first responders and our brave military service men and women who have kept the rest of us safe from terror on our homeland these past 20 years. May God bless you all.
Joseph J. Parcier, Jr.,
Edward R. Pycon,
Christopher Quackenbush,
Lars Peter Quailben,
Lincoln Quap,
Beth Ann Quigley,
Patrick J. Quigley IV,
Michael T. Quilty,
James Francis Quinn.
Ricardo J. Quinn.
Carol Millicent Rabelais.
Christopher Peter Anthony Raccaniello.
Leonard J. Reglia.
Eugene J. Ruggiero. Right.
Laura Marie Raganisi.
Michael Paul Ragusa.
Peter Frank Ramundi.
Harry A. Rains.
Lisa J. Rains.
Ethism Raja.
Valsa Raja.
Edward J. Rail.
Lucas Rambusic.
Maria Ramses.
Harry Ramses.
Vishnu Ramsarup.
Deborah A. Ramsar.
Lorenzo E. Ramsey.
Alfred Todd Ranke.
Adam David Rand.
Jonathan C. Randall.
Sharius S. Rangnig.
Ann T. Ransom.
Fiona Rappaport.
Rhonda Sue Rem Eason.
Robert A. Rasmussen.
Amnia Razul.
R. Mark Russwheeler.
Marcia D. Ratchford.
David Allen James Rathke.
And for my grandfather, Michael Sanphilip, who I was never able to meet, but I'm pretty sure we would have had a lot of fun together.
And my brother, Dennis Gerard Taramina Jr., and his brother-in-law, Thomas V. Lenahan Jr. Thomas, we love you and miss you every day. The memories of the Flash comic books. Dennis, the Hotel California song, just all the memories. To quote my brother Phil, keep the Sam Adams on ice until we meet again. Dennis and Tom, this is for you.
William Ralph Robb.
Gerard F. Rousey.
Alexei Razuviev.
Gregory Rita.
Sarah Ann Redheffer.
Michelle Marie Reed.
Judith Ann Reese.
Donald J. Regan.
Robert M. Regan.
Thomas Michael Regan.
Christian Michael Otto Regenhard.
Howard Reich.
Craig Reedy.
James Brian Riley.
Kevin O. Riley.
Timothy R. Riley.
Joseph Reyna Jr.
Thomas Barnes Reinig.
Frank Bennett Reisman.
Joshua Scott Reese.
Karen Renda.
John Armand Rio.
Richard Cyril Rescorla.
John Thomas Resta.
Sylvia Sanpio Resta.
Martha M. Reski.
David E. Reddick.
Todd H. Rubin.
Luis Clodoaldo Revilla Mir.
Eduviges Reyes Jr.
Bruce Albert Reynolds.
John Frederick Rhodes.
Francis Severio Riccardelli.
Rudolph N. Riccio.
Anne Marie Riccoboni.
David Harlow Rice.
Eileen Mary Rice.
Kenneth Frederick Rice III.
Cecilia E. Richard.
Vernon Allen Richard.
And my father, Port Authority Police Officer Paul Lazinski. We miss you. We love you. Amy and I know that your grandchildren, Samantha, Jack, Lily, and Daphne, are all in the arms of an angel. God bless America. God bless our law enforcement.
And my husband, Stephen Goldstein. Steve, I still see your face every single day when I look at Hannah and Harris. They are the living representation of all that was good in you. We miss you and we love you.
Like,
Okay. You can take it.
I go now? Claude Daniel Richards.
Gregory David Richards.
Michael Richards.
Vanessa Orincia Richards.
Firefighter Jimmy Richies.
Alan J. Richmond.
John M. Rigo.
Frederick Charles Ramelli III.
Rose Mary Riso.
Moises N. Rivas.
Joseph R. Ravelli Jr.
Carmen Alicia Rivera.
Isaias Rivera.
Juan William Rivera.
Linda Evelise Rivera.
David E. Rivers.
Joseph R. Reverso.
Paul V. Ritza.
John Frank Rizzo.
Stephen Louis Roche.
Joseph Roberto.
Leo Arthur Roberts.
Michael E. Roberts.
Michael Edward Roberts.
Donald Walter Robertson Jr.
Jeffrey Robinson.
Michelle Lee Jean Robotham.
Donald Arthur Robson.
Antonio A. Rocha.
Raymond James Rocha.
Laura Rockefeller.
John Michael Rodock.
Antonio Jose Rodriguez.
Anthony Rodriguez.
Carmen Milagros Rodriguez.
Gregory E. Rodriguez.
Marcia A. Rodriguez.
Myra Valdez Rodriguez.
Richard Rodriguez.
David Bartolo Rodriguez Vargas.
And my brother, firefighter Gregory Thomas Saucedo, Ladder Company 5. Greg, we lived together 31 years. I didn't go more than 20 days without seeing each other. I love and I miss you. Can't believe it's 20 years.
And my uncle and godfather, Richard Joseph Cadena. You are missed by all, loved by everyone, and your memories are what keep us laughing, believing, and living as if we were to live 100 years but die tomorrow. Keep showing us signs. We need them always. We love and miss you. God bless America.
Matthew Rogan.
Jean Destrehan Roger.
Carly Rogers.
Scott William Roner.
Keith Michael Roma.
Joseph M. Romanaglo.
Efrain Romero Sr.
Elvin Romero.
James A. Romero.
Sean Paul Rooney.
Eric Thomas Roberto.
Aida Rosario.
Angela Rosario.
Mark H. Rosen.
Brooke David Rosenbaum.
Linda Rosenbaum.
Cheryl Lynn Rosenbaum.
Lloyd Daniel Rosenberg.
Mark Louis Rosenberg.
Andrew Ira Rosenblum.
Joshua M. Rosenblum.
Joshua Allen Rosenthal.
Richard David Rosenthal.
Philip Martin Rosenweig.
Danielle Rossetti.
Richard Barry Ross.
Norman S. Rossino.
Nicholas P. Rosamondo.
Michael Craig Rodberg.
Donna Marie Rothenberg.
Mark David Rothenberg.
James Michael Rowe.
Nicholas Charles Alexander Rowe.
Edward V. Rowenhorst.
Judy Roulette.
Timothy Allen Roy Sr.
Paul G. Rubeck,
Ronald J. Rubin,
Joanne Rubino,
David M. Ruddle,
and my lovely mother, Griselda E. Garrow James. I miss you every day, and I wish you were here to meet your grandchildren. We miss you.
and my beloved and elegant father, Gerald Michael Alcott. You are missed and loved beyond words. Your legacy continues on through your children and your 8 grandchildren. Until we meet again, may God bless America. May freedom reign, and may peace be with you all.
Bart Joseph Ruggiero,
Susan A. Ruggiero,
Adam Keith Rualter,
Gilbert Ruiz,
Robert E. Russell,
Stephen P. Russell,
Stephen Harris Russin,
Michael Thomas Russo Sr.,
Wayne Allen Russo,
William R. Ruth,
Edward Ryan,
John Joseph Ryan,
Jonathan Stephen Ryan,
Matthew L. Ryan,
Tatiana Rishova,
Christina Sunga Ryuk,
Terry Sada,
Jason Alizar Sabag,
Thomas E. Sabella,
Scott H. Saber,
Charles E. Sabin Sr.,
Joseph Francis Sacerdote,
Jessica Lee Sachs,
Francis John Saducha,
Jude Elias Safi,
Brock Joel Safranoff,
Edward Saya,
John Patrick Salamone,
Marjorie C. Salamone,
Hernando Rafael Salas,
Juan G. Salas,
Esmerlin Antonio Salcedo,
John Pepe Salerno,
Rama Sally and her unborn child,
Richard L. Salinardi Jr.,
Wayne John Salomon,
Norbert Salomon,
Catherine Patricia Salter,
Frank G. Salvatierra,
Paul Richard Salvio,
and my aunt Gavharai Kamardinova. Not a day goes by without you being missed and loved. I've never gotten to meet you, but I'm sure we would have gotten along so well with you as my aunt. You have gone too soon, but the memory of you will forever be in our hearts.
and my husband, Michael Joseph Zinzi. Your family and friends love you and miss you. Your mom is now reunited with you. Please continue to watch over our 20-year-old son, Dean Michael. He is just like you in many ways. He is amazing. Love you, and God bless America.
Samuel Robert Salvo Jr.,
Carlos Alberto Samaniego,
John P. Sammartino,
James Kenneth Samuel Jr.,
Michael San Philip,
Hugo M. Sané,
Alva Cynthia Jeffries Sanchez,
Jacqueline Patrice Sanchez,
Jesus Sanchez,
Raymond Sanchez,
Eric M. Sand,
Stacy Leigh Sanders,
Herman S. Sandler,
Jim Sanders Jr.,
Aileen J. Santiago,
Kirsten Reese Santiago,
Maria Teresa Concepcion Santillan,
Susan Gail Santo,
Christopher A. Santora,
John August Santor,
Mario L. Santoro,
Rafael Umberto Santos,
Rufino C.F. Santos III.
Victor J. Saraceni.
Kalyan K. Sakar.
Chappelle Renee Stewart Sarker.
Paul F. Sarl.
Deepika Kumar Satalore.
Gregory Thomas Cicedo.
Susan M. Sauer.
Anthony Savas.
Vladimir Savakin.
John Michael Scarborough.
David M. Scales.
Robert Louis Scandol.
Michelle Scarapita.
Dennis Scalzo.
John Albert Shart.
John G. Scharf.
Said Fred C. Sheffield Jr.
Angela Susan Scheinberg.
Scott Mitchell Schertzer.
Sean Shelke.
Stephen Francis Schlag.
Robert A. Schlegel.
John Schissel.
Karen Helene Schmidt.
Ian Schneider.
Thomas G. Scholes.
Frank G. Schott Jr.
Gerard Patrick Schrang.
Jeffrey H. Schreier.
John T. Schroeder.
Susan Lee Laspa Schuler.
Edward W. Shunk.
Mark Evan Schermeyer.
John Burkhart Schwartz.
Mark Schwartz.
Adrian Victoria Civetta.
Raphael Skorka.
And my father, Angel Penna.
And my father, Arthur Warren Scullin, Vietnam veteran, Seabees Da Nang, Executive Tax Director, Marcia McClellan, member of the Ancient Order of Hibernians, whose 18 members were lost on September 11th, proud son, loving husband, proud father, uncle, and cousin, defender of the faith, and good friend. And on this day, as I said to my loving son Ethan and Maureen last night, do not grieve, for we all shine on like the moon and the stars and the sun. Thank you.
You ready? Janice M. Scott.
Randolph Scott.
Christopher J. Scudder.
Arthur Warren Scullin.
Michael H. Seaman.
Margaret M. Steeliger.
Anthony Segarra.
Carlos Segarra.
Jason M. Sexer.
Matthew Carmen Solito.
Michael L. Selvis.
Howard Selwyn.
Larry John Senko.
Arturo Angelo Sereno.
Frankie Serrano.
Marion H. Serva.
Elena Seshanova.
Adele Christine Sessa.
Sita Nirmala Sunareen.
Karen Lynn Seymour.
Davis Greer Cessna Jr.
Thomas Joseph Scroy.
Jayas Shantalal Shah.
Khalid M. Shahid.
Mohammed Shahjahan.
Gary Shamai.
Earl Richard Shanahan.
Dan F. Shanauer.
Neil G. Shastri.
Catherine Ann Schatzoff.
Barbara A. Shaw.
Jeffrey James Shaw.
Robert John Shea Jr.
Daniel James Shea.
Joseph Patrick Shea.
Kathleen Shearer.
Robert M. Shearer.
Linda June Sheehan.
Hagay Sheffy.
Antoinette M. Sherman.
John Anthony Sherry.
Atsushi Shiratori.
Thomas Joseph Schubert.
Mark Schulman.
C. Wong Shum.
Alan Abraham Schwartzstein.
Claren Shelley Siegel Schwartz,
Joanna Sigmund,
Diane T. Signer,
Gregory Sikorsky,
Stephen Gerard Siller,
David Silver,
Craig A. Silverstein,
Nasima H. Simji,
Bruce Edward Simmons,
Diane M. Simmons,
Donald M. Simmons,
George W. Simmons,
Arthur Simon,
Kenneth Allen Simon,
and my husband, Mark Lawrence Charette. Mark, your whole family loves you and misses you every single day. Your legacy lives on in your 3 children. They are so much like you. I can still feel you watching over us. I will love you forever.
and my father, Joseph P. McDonald. I miss you every day and wish you were here to experience all of life's moments with me. I miss your smile, your hugs, and your never-ending jokes. 7 years was not enough time together, but I'm grateful for my memories of you and the stories that I hear about you from my family members, which make me feel like you're still here. I love you, and I try my best to live up to your legacy every day.
Michael J. Simon,
Paul Joseph Simon,
Marianne LaCory Simone,
Barry Simowitz,
Jane Louise Simpkin,
Jeff Lyle Simpson,
Cheryl D. Sincock,
Kamlade Kami Singh,
Roshan Ramesh Singh,
Thomas E. Sinton III,
Peter A. Syracuse,
Muriel F. Siskopoulos,
Joseph Michael Sisolak,
John P. Scala,
Francis Joseph Skidmore Jr.,
Toyena Corliss Skinner,
Paul Albert Skrizpek,
Christopher Paul Slattery,
Vincent Robert Slavin,
Robert F. Sluwak,
Paul Kenneth Sloan,
Stanley S. Smagala Jr.,
Wendy L. Small,
Greg H. Smallwood,
Catherine T. Smith,
Daniel Lawrence Smith,
Gary F. Smith,
George Eric Smith,
Heather Lee Smith,
James Gregory Smith,
Jeffrey R. Smith,
Joyce Patricia Smith,
Carl T. Smith Sr.,
Kevin Joseph Smith,
Leon Smith Jr.,
Moira Ann Smith,
Monica Rodriguez Smith,
Rosemary A. Smith,
Bonnie Shihade Smithwick,
Rochelle Monique Snell,
Christine Ann Snyder,
Diane Bullis Snyder,
Leonard J. Snyder Jr.,
Astrid Elizabeth Sohan,
Sushil S. Solanki,
Ruben Solaris,
Naomi Lee Solomon,
Daniel W. Song,
Marie Ray Soper,
Michael Charles Cerasi,
Fabian Soto,
Timothy Patrick Solas,
Gregory Thomas Spagnoletti,
Donald F. Spinpinato Jr.,
Thomas Spiraccio,
John Anthony Spataro,
Robert W. Spear Jr.,
Robert Spiesman,
Maynard S. Spence Jr.,
George Edward Spencer III.
And my uncle, James John Woods, we love and miss you every day. Give Grandma a hug for us.
And my brother, Joseph Michael Giacconi. September 11th, we come here every year to come together as a nation it's a useful way to mourn and grieve and remember. And 20 years is a nice round number. But for me and other family members, it's another day, it's another month, it's another year. I still get angry at all the things my brother missed. Joe, we love you, and we miss you.
Robert Andrew Spencer.
Mary Rubina Sperando.
Frank Spinelli.
William E. Spitz.
Joseph Patrick Spohr Jr.
Klaus Johannes Sprockamp.
Saranya Sinuan.
Fitzroy St. Rose.
Michael F. Stable.
Lawrence T. Stack.
Timothy M. Stackpole.
Richard James Stadelberger.
Eric Adam Stallman.
Gregory Stike.
Alexandru Liviu Stone.
Corina Stan.
Mary Dominica Stanley.
Anthony Starita.
Jeffrey Stark.
Derek James Stakevicus.
Patricia J. Stats.
Craig William Staub.
William V. Steckman.
Eric Thomas Steen.
William R. Steiner.
Alexander Robbins Steinman.
Edna L. Stevens.
Andrew Sturgiopoulos.
Andrew J. Stern.
Norma Lang Sturuli.
Martha Jane Stevens.
Michael James Stewart.
Richard H. Stewart, Jr.
Sanford M. Stoller.
Douglas Joel Stone.
Lonnie J. Stone.
Jimmy Neville Story.
Timothy Stout.
Thomas Strada.
James J. Strain, Jr.
Edward W. Straub.
George J. Strouch, Jr.
Edward Thomas Strauss.
Stephen R. Strauss.
Larry L. Strickland.
Stephen F. Strobert.
Walwyn Wellington Stewart, Jr.
Benjamin Suarez.
David Scott Suarez.
Ramon Suarez.
Dino Xavier Suarez Ramirez.
Yoichi Sumiyama Sugiyama.
William Christopher Sugra.
Daniel Thomas Sur.
David Mark Sullins.
Christopher P. Sullivan.
Patrick Sullivan.
Thomas G. Sullivan.
Hilario Serranio Sumaya Jr.
James Joseph Suazo.
And my aunt, Amy Nicole Jarrett, who was funny, outgoing, and always kept the family together. I was only 1 week old when my aunt passed away, but I honor you every single day with my name that you gave to me when I was born. You are my hero and the bravest person I have known. We love and we miss you.
And my father, Richard N. Polis, and my uncle, James P. Hopper. 20 years ago today, I went to school that beautiful morning, never anticipating the horror that was to come to my family and so many others. I've lived almost half of my life since then, and it has been bittersweet. My dad and uncle have missed so much. Our family has grown. My father didn't get to see my nephews grow into the amazing young men they are today, and he didn't get to witness the birth of my 2 nieces and my 2 daughters.
It's heartbreaking they'll never get to hear his laugh. I often wonder what nicknames he would have given them. My uncle now has 2 grandsons and 2 granddaughters that will never get to enjoy him as their grandpa. Daddy and Uncle Jimmy, your absence is felt so much more as time passes. We long to hear you both laughing and joking. There is a giant hole in our family without you both. We all love and miss you more than I can ever put into words.
Colleen M. Sapinski,
Robert Sutcliffe,
Celine Sutter,
Claudia Suzette Sutton,
John Francis Swain,
Christine M. Swearson,
Brian David Sweeney,
Brian Edward Sweeney,
Madeline Amy Sweeney,
Kenneth J. Swenson,
Thomas F. Swift,
Derek Ogilvy Sword,
Kevin Thomas Sozik,
Gina Steinberg,
Norbert P. Sikorsky,
Harry Tabak,
Joanne C. Tabik,
Norma C. Tadai,
Michael Todonio,
Keishiro Takahashi,
K.G. Takahashi,
Phyllis Gail Talbot,
Robert R. Tahami,
John Talagnani,
Sean Patrick Talon,
Paul Talty,
Marita Tam,
Rachel Tamares,
Hector Rogan Tamayo,
Michael Andrew Tamuccio,
Kanashiro Tanaka,
Rondell Sherry Tankard,
Michael Anthony Tanner,
Dennis Gerard Taramina Jr.,
Kenneth Joseph Tarantino,
Alan Tarasevich,
Michael C. Tarot,
Ronald Tartero,
Deborah Tarolarella,
Darrell Anthony Taylor,
Donnie Brooks Taylor,
Hilda E. Taylor,
Kip P. Taylor,
Leonard E. Taylor,
Larissa Salone Taylor,
Michael Morgan Taylor,
Sandra C. Taylor,
Sandra Dawn Teague,
Carol W. T.P.,
Paul A. Techtmeyer,
Yashavan Moshwar Tembe,
Anthony Tempesta,
Dorothy Pearl Temple,
Stanley L. Temple,
David Gustav Peter Tingelin,
Brian John Terenzi,
Lisa Marie Terry,
Gumati Thakardine,
Harsha Sham Tate,
Michael Theodoridis,
and my brother Angel Perez. We continue to mourn our lost ones as it was that horrific day 20 years ago, September 11, 2001. Our loved ones have left with us precious memories which we shared together. My brother Angel, I know that you received my mom with open arms. Angels, I see you in my dreams next to Mom. Angel, I hear your laughter in my sons, Sebastian, and your smile and big hearts will live with us forever in our hearts. God bless the fallen troops who fought for our nations and continue to fight. There will never be closure as we live to remember until we meet again.
And my cousin, Michael R. Wittenstein, Zichrono Livracha. Michael, you live on in the lives and hearts and minds of everyone whose lives you touched. May your memory be a blessing.
Thomas F. Thurkoff, Jr.
Leslie Ann Thomas.
Brian Thomas Thompson.
Clive Ian Thompson.
Glenn Thompson.
Nigel Bruce Thompson.
Harry A. Thompson.
Vanava Alexi Thompson.
William H. Thompson.
Eric Raymond Thorpe.
Nicola Angela Thorpe.
Tamara C. Thurman.
Saul Edward Thierry, Jr.
John Patrick Tierney.
Mary Ellen Tiesi.
William Randolph Tieste.
Kenneth Tejan.
Stephen Edward Teague.
Scott Charles Timmis.
Michelle E. Tinley.
Jennifer M. Tino.
Robert Frank Tipaldi.
John James Tipping II.
David Tirado.
Hector Luis Tirado, Jr.
Michelle Lee Titola.
Alicia Nicole Titus.
John J. Tobin.
Richard J. Todisco.
Otis V. Tolbert.
Vladimir Tomasevich.
Stephen Kemen Tomset.
Thomas Tong.
Doris Torres.
Luis Eduardo Torres.
Amy Elizabeth Toyen.
Christopher Michael Trena.
Daniel Patrick Trant.
Abdul Karim Traore.
Glenn J. Travers Sr.
Walter Philip Travers.
Felicia Yvette Taylor Bass.
James Anthony Trentini.
Mary Barbara Trentini.
Lisa L. Treratola.
Karamo Baba Trera.
Michael Angel Trinidad.
Francis Joseph Trombino.
Gregory James Trost.
Willie Q. Troy.
William P. Selepis, Jr.
Zanetta Valentinovna Soy.
Michael Patrick Tucker.
Lance Richard Tumulty.
Ching Ping Tung.
Simon James Turner.
Donald Joseph Tuzio.
Robert T. Toomey.
Jennifer Lynn Tsemis.
John Yusofa.
And my uncle, everyone's favorite uncle, Mike Tinley.
And my brother Joey, Joseph Calandrillo. Yeah, I haven't had anybody to play basketball with in a long time now. I'm sure he really thinks that this is a riot. No, I mean, the fact that I'm doing this, hope you're enjoying yourself. No, one of the kindest people you'll ever meet. Just he's a good man. I mean, it shouldn't have happened to anybody. You know, you're all talking about heroes. Well, I mean, the men and women in green were out there fighting for our freedom. And the men and women in blue, police and fire, they're fighting for our safety. So God bless America, and God keep an eye over New York City. Thank you.
Tyler Victor Ugelin.
Michael A. Uliano.
Jonathan J. Human.
Anil Shapari Humaka.
Alan V. Upton.
Diane Marie Urban.
John Damian Vacaccio.
Bradley Hodges Vadas.
William Valcarcel,
Felix Antonio Vale,
Ivan Vale,
Benito Valentin,
Santos Valentin Jr.,
Carlton Francis Valvo II,
Pendiala Vamsi Krishna,
Erica H. Van Acker,
Kenneth W. Van Auken,
R. Bruce Van Hine,
Daniel M. Van Leer,
Edward Raymond Vanacore,
John Charles Vandavander,
Frederick T. Varachi,
Gopalakrishnan Varadhan,
David Vargas,
Scott C. Vassell,
Azil Ishmael Vasquez,
Ronald J. Vogt,
Archangel Vasquez,
Santos Vasquez,
Peter Vega,
Sankara Sastri Velamuri,
Jorge Velasquez,
David Vera,
Anthony Mark Ventura,
Lawrence G. Velling,
Loretta Ann Vera,
Christopher James Villalonga,
Matthew Gilbert Viana,
Robert Anthony Vicario,
Celeste Torres Victoria,
Joanna Vidal,
John T. Vigiano II,
Joseph Vincent Vigiano,
Frank J. Vignola Jr.,
Joseph Barry Villardo,
Clarabel Villalobos Hernandez,
Sergio Gabriel Villanueva,
Chantel Vincelli,
Melissa Renee Vincent,
Francine Air Virgilio,
Lawrence Virgilio,
Joseph Gerard Viciano,
Joshua S. Vitale,
Maria Percoco Vola,
Lynette D. Vosky,
Garo H. Vosquerijon,
Alfred Anton Vacosa,
Gregory Kamal Bruno Wackler,
Karen J. Wagner,
Mary Alice Wallstrom,
and my father, Keith E. Coleman. Not a day goes by that I don't think about my father and the horrible way that he was taken from me. I think he worked so hard. He deserved to raise his children, be with his wife. But cowards took him from me. I think about how he should have been there for my graduation, all of them. Now he should be here now. I can't change that, but I know that he's here in spirit. Those cowards took a lot of things from us. They took many lives. There's things they couldn't take. They can't take our spirit. They can't take their spirit. They can't take our memories. They can't take our freedom. They can't take our love. They can't take our country. They can't take those that are defending it. So God bless America, and God bless everyone who defends it every single day to prevent another tragedy like this. Thank you.
and my amazing sweetheart, my husband, firefighter John Shard, Engine Company 201. Never a day has gone by in the last 20 years that I have not thought of you and you missed your smile. Our boys, Rob, Chris, and Johnny, are now young men who are also proud of their incredible dad. I love you as much as the day I met you 31 years ago. Fred, Christina, Danny, and Katie have missed you so much and are always with me and the boys with their full love and support to remember and celebrate your life. You are one of the heroic 343 who gave their lives selflessly so others could live. We must remember our military who has made so many sacrifices over the last 20 years. Never forget all those who died for our flag and for our country. They are our shining lights and defines what it means to be an American.
Honor Elizabeth Wainio.
Gabriella Silvina Waisman.
Wendy Alice Rosario Wakeford.
Courtney Wainscott Walcott.
Victor Wald.
Kenneth Waldy.
Benjamin James Walker.
Glenn Wall.
Mitchell Scott Wallace.
Peter Guider Wallace.
Robert Francis Wallace.
Roy Michael Wallace.
Jean Marie Wallendorf.
Matthew Blake Wallens.
Meta L. Waller.
John Wallace Jr.
Barbara P. Walsh.
Jim Walsh.
Jeffrey P. Walls.
Ching Wang.
Weibing Wang.
Michael Warcola.
Stephen Gordon Ward.
Timothy Ray Ward.
James A. Waring.
Brian G. Warner.
Derek Christopher Washington.
Charles Waters.
James Thomas Waters Jr.
Patrick J. Waters.
Kenneth Thomas Watson.
Michael Henry Way.
Todd Christopher Weaver.
Walter Edward Weaver.
Nathaniel Webb.
Dinah Webster.
William Michael Weems.
Joanne Flora Weil.
Michael Thomas Weinberg.
Stephen Weinberg.
Scott Jeffrey Weingart.
Stephen George Weinstein.
Simon Weiser.
David M. Weiss.
David Thomas Weiss.
Chin Sun Pak Wells.
Vincent Michael Wells.
Deborah Jacobs Welsh.
Timothy Matthew Welty.
Christian Hans Rudolph Wemmers.
Su Hui Wen.
John Joseph Wenkus.
Ola D. Wangenchuk.
Peter M. West.
Whitfield West Jr.
Meredith Lynn Whalen.
Eugene Michael Whalen.
Adam S. White.
Edward James White III.
James Patrick White.
And my father, Weibing Wang.
And my are you okay? And my uncle, William Valcarcel. I didn't get to know him very well, but I know his children and I know his grandchildren, and I'm very grateful to know them every single day because I know that he would be proud of them because I'm proud of them every single day. I miss you.
We love you and miss you so very much. You will live on in our hearts forever. And may love and peace always prevail.
John Sylvester White.
Kenneth Wilburn White, Jr.
Leonard Anthony White.
Melissa Y. White.
Maudlin A. White.
Sandra L. White.
Wayne White.
Leanne Marie Whiteside.
Mark P. Whitford.
Leslie A. Whittington.
Michael T. Holy.
Mary Lenz Wyman.
Jeffrey David Weiner.
William J. Wick.
Allison Marie Wildman.
Glenn E. Wilkinson.
Ernest M. Wilcher.
John Charles Willett.
Brian Patrick Williams.
Candace Lee Williams.
Crossley Richard Williams, Jr.
David J. Williams.
David Lucian Williams.
Debbie L. Williams.
Louis Anthony Williams.
Louis Calvin Williams III.
John P. Williamson.
Donna Ann Wilson.
William Eben Wilson.
David Harold Winton.
Glenn J. Winnick.
Thomas Francis Wise.
Alan L. Wisniewski.
Frank Paul Wisniewski.
David Wiswall.
Sigrid Charlotte Wiswe.
Michael R. Wittenstein.
Christopher W. Wodneschek.
Martin Phillips Woolforth.
Catherine Susan Wolf.
Jennifer Yen Wong.
Su Chung Steve Wong.
Yin Ping Wong.
Yuk Ping Wong.
Brent James Woodall.
James John Woods.
Marvin Roger Woods.
Patrick J. Woods.
Richard Heron Woodwell.
David Terrence Woolley.
John Bentley Works.
Martin Michael Wortley.
Rodney James Watton.
William Wren, retired.
John W. Wright Jr.
Neil Robin White.
Sandra Lee Wright.
Jupiter Yambem.
And my father, Jorge Velasquez. We remember his dedication, sacrifices, love, laughter, support, the wisdom and humility, and his hard work. He wasn't just a 9/11 victim and hero. He was a father, husband, brother, and friend, and he will never be forgotten. We love him.
And my father, Norbert P. Shurkovsky, who I never met because my mom was only pregnant with me. Thank you for my life, my name, and everything in between. Thank you for Alex and my mom. I miss you every day and love you so much more. Mommy, Alex, and I miss you more and love you. I will meet you one day, but today I will live your legacy on.
John D. Yamnicki Sr.
Suresh Yanamadala.
Vicky Yancey.
Shu Yin Yang.
Matthew David Yarnell.
Myrna Yashkula.
Shakila Yasmin.
Ola Bessie Shadi Layeni Yi.
Kevin W. Yoakum.
Edward P. York.
Kevin Patrick York.
Raymond R. York.
Suzanne Martha Yeomans.
Barrington Leroy Young Jr.
Donald MacArthur Young.
Edmund G. Young Jr.
Jacqueline Young.
Lisa L. Young.
Elkin Ewan.
Joseph C. Zaccoli.
Adele Agabi Zakari.
Arcady Salzman.
Edwin J. Zambrana Jr.
Robert Allen Zampieri.
Mark Zangrilli.
Christopher R. Zarba Jr.
Ira Zaslow.
Kenneth Albert Zellman.
Abraham J. Zelmanovitz.
Martin Morales Zempoaltecatel.
J. Zhang.
Mark Scott Zeppelin.
J. Yao Justin Zhou.
Yuguan Zheng.
Evelyn Zeminski.
Michael Joseph Zinzi.
Charles Allen Zion.
Julie Lynn Zipper.
Salvatore J. Zizza.
Procopius Paul Zois.
Joseph J. Zucala.
Andrew Stephen Zucker,
Igor Zuckelman,
and my cousins Roshan Ramesh Singh and Kamlade Kami Singh, who are both brothers and sisters, and my uncle Amarnath Lachman. It's been 20 years, but there's not a day that goes by that we do not think of you. We miss your smiles, your laughter, your hugs, and the joy that you brought to our families. We love you and until we meet again. Thank you.
and my brother Nicholas. Losing him has left a hole that nothing can replace. And thank you to the people of New York for giving the families this beautiful space where we can honor and remember our loved ones.
Michael Edward Asher. Scott Walter Cahill. Michael Scott Carlo. Terrell Coleman. Michael L. Collins. Linda M. Colin. Stephen Glick. Peter Gerard Galinas. Teresa M. Martin. Daniel R. Nolan. Norman S. Rosenow. And my brother, my little brother, Stephen Gerard Hoffman. You loved and lived in a big way. May we never forget.